All right. All right, let's go. Yo, the sword, it's got me a little scared. The sword is absolutely a vibe check. All right, let's do it. It's Friday, yo. Let's do it. What's up, peeps? Get my wet palette nice and moist. And we are painting the Khan's sword, which won't be just non-metallic metal, but will also have apparently a wave pattern, showing how showing its handmade nature by like hundreds of generations of passed down Mundus Planus skill, I suppose, or something like that. I don't know. It's like fantasy Damascus steel, basically. The not quite Damascus steel looking, because that would be a nightmare. I forgot to put the music to song instead of video, so let's try that instead. There we go. Cool. Alrighty. But hey, at least yesterday we did the cape. If I finish this guy tomorrow with a good bit of time left, I might attempt the giant lightning bolt I originally had in mind. But you know what? I'm feeling pretty good about that. Just that. That was good. That was good. Um, so the blade and the burb, starting with the wing. It's like over here, and then tomorrow will be the tail of two heads, because I'll be painting two heads. In case you don't know the model, like these two heads, he's holding a hand. All right, I'm painting. Let's go. How do I want to do this? So I have it based in black, as originally I thought it was going to be a high contrast non-metallic metal, and then the client got into chat actually and was like, "Hey, can you do like the Damascus steel thing?" I'm like, "Oh boy, all right." So I'm thinking we do something a bit more akin to what I did up here, which I thought came out pretty well, honestly. I mean, it's a little grungy in the back, but you know what? We don't look at the back. The front looks pretty good, I think. I think it looks pretty good. So Ashen Gray, I suppose. So base it in Ashen Gray. If you can't tell, I feel a little on the higher energy side. I don't know how long that'll last. I don't know if it's just a little bit of adrenaline from some political debating I was doing instead of my taxes right before stream, because that's productive. But it got me in a good mood. So could be worse. I could have done my taxes instead. Well, not done my taxes. Continued and still not finished my taxes. Because yay, it's February. I love it. Maybe that's the reason for Valentine's Day, just to distract all of us from the fact we did our taxes. I don't know. I'm sure there's a conspiracy in there somewhere. Definitely headed by Hallmark, let's be honest. Hallmark and K, the diamond miners, the diamond people. The diamond people and Hallmark, they're in cahoots. I well, alright, I do know diamonds are a manipulated market, but yeah, so yeah, the Nazis too. So Fiona. That was great timing for that, actually. That was pretty good. How you doing, Sophiana? If you are in chat, if you are not busy, as you might be at your job, in which case, make your money. But anyway, I do know for sure the diamond market's heavily manipulated. Hallmark getting in on it wouldn't surprise me. Come on. It's a modern day. Everyone's part of conspiracy. If you're not part of a conspiracy, you are not in the in crowd and should remedy that. Even this right here is a conspiracy to up the the perceived value of white paint so people can paint their own white stuff instead of me. It's all been planned. See, yeah, there's an agenda behind everything. Even painting white scars. I'm gonna get myself in trouble today. I am like too. I am too loose. Warhammer painting Twitch ban speedrun. Let's go. The reason you know that's a joke is actually because no one at Twitch is paying attention to anything I'm doing. No one cares. I think I just watched someone pop into the stream just long enough for me to say that and then pop out. That was pretty funny. That or it's Twitch's view count being, traditionally horribly inaccurate, but it was really funny timing. So, Beefy Kobe, why don't I recognize the name? Anyway, hello, how are you? I just built my first new Sentinel. I'm sad they removed the pose ability. No! Mm. I also like that. Actually, I didn't even fully like register the face, and I made the same face. That's I don't like it. Especially after the other day, someone showed me a picture of their Night Lord's Contemptor. They haven't painted it yet, but they built it, and it's it's the Contemptor with like his leg out. Actually, it's the other leg, like kicking full bore a Space Marine while one arm's in the ground, the other leg's in the Contemptor's hand, and I'm like, this is the coolest thing I've seen in so long. Come on, you need Sentinels like stomping grots and stuff. What do you mean remove the pose ability? Garbage. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna show that I'm gonna show that build real quick. Red Contempt so posable, yeah. That's why if I actually finish this and then get some time to paint before my next commission, I want to knock out these infiltrators and then do my second Contemptor myself. Uh, where is it? Where did he post that? Nope, wasn't in painting. Modeling kit bashing? Nope, maybe it was in heresy. Probably in heresy. Here it is. Alright, give me 1 second. Get this on the wind cap. Dude, this build is so cool. Oh, that is the wrong picture. And haha. So, Space Marine, leg, other arm. Like, how fantastic is this? Let me try zooming out so you can see the whole thing like correctly. I don't know, my Chrome zoom is very weird sometimes for these pictures. But yo, look at that. It's so good. Um I asked him if I could paint it because I wanted to do this blood trail idea. Was blood trail technique I've done before to have like strings of blood like coming along here. So he's going to use the glue and blood method, but still. Anyway, Very cool. I love it. And how dare they take away that capability for guard? I think it's time to pull out yield hobby knife and green stuff. Wait, didn't you come in with a raid like last week? I was trying to remember. I was trying to remember previous interactions. I was like, why don't I recognize this name? Yeah, that I think that was a Myco raid, right? Came in with a Myco raid. I don't know why maybe just because this brush is so big and I'm not pulling enough water from it. Just all my base coats are so thin lately. But I kind of swapped to this large size 3 for some reason. I've been followed a while. I've just been too busy work. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. I kind of remember that emote. It might also just be because my memory's terrible and I had a 3-week break when I had the flu, so. So it might just be me. It was actually established like 4 times yesterday in chat that my memory's terrible. So don't mind me. Alright, so this is Eshin Gray now. More or less. And it's kinda got a scritchy scratchy kind of look already, so that's nice. Uh how do I want to go about doing this? Do I make the blade shinier or the body shinier? Artistic decision. Well, the body has the power node on it, which would be more present if the body was darker. Okay, cool. So, here's what we do. I am first going to try to get down the weave bit on the body, but super subtle, where it's easy to fix. So I'm going to blend not Nolan Oil, Eshin Gray, and Dawnstone. And start there. Maybe this won't be so bad. Maybe I can knock this out quickly, even. Probably not, but I can hope. I can pray. Thankfully, Thankfully, I now have somewhat of a routine, so maybe be a bit more active. Sweet, I will take it. Might I also draw attention to if you scroll further down in the categories, we have 40k and Horus Heresy and Age of Sigmar and Dungeons and Dragons specific categories. Uh, with miscellaneous minis being for like all of the other random stuff. Been able to hopper properly for the first time in a while. Start up my new guide boards, nice. Yeah. All good. I shall await in the 40k finished for them lovely, lovely mint Imperial Guardsmen, which we'll take a look at in a second, because I want to get up close on these guys. These guys are very nice. But I hear you on the hobby probably too first time in a while. After months of not doing it, I finally got to paint, or I had the time and motivation to paint a little bit of my Raven Guard, which felt very nice. So I went ham on this. He'll be an Infiltrator Sergeant helmet. So that was very nice. Just because I'm painting doesn't mean it always feels like hobbying. Just throwing it out there. Most of the time it feels nice, but I mean, it's also not quite the same as painting your own stuff. Let's pull. Oh, where'd it go? Why is it over there? Eh, okay. And opening the pics. Man, these are nice. So this is Beefy Kobe's stuff. His Godsman. I love the bloody eye, man. That is such a nice little touch. Like, this is a perfect representation of simple done elegantly. Like, none of this at least appears to be really like complicated techniques, but man, does it look like what's happening with my zoom here? Why is that 33%? How dare you? Okay. Wait, what did I just click? What? I don't know. Yeah, it's just primo guardsman. I love the shading on the boots. Like, it just stuck out of me how like the leather is different shading in a way that looks like fairly reasonable, fairly realistic. It's so good I'm allergic to it. Uh it looks like a transfer that then was painted over to muck it up a bit, and I love it. And yeah, it's beautiful. It's brilliant. Very good. You did the thing, man. You did the thing. And okay. Actually, my first time at freehanding. Super pleased. Oh, nice. I legitimately thought it was a transfer that you painted over to like I said, muck it up. Like, I couldn't be completely sure what it was underneath, but I could tell it was like a symbol of something, which I think is like effectively what you were going for. It's like, yeah, it's an insignia of something on there, but my man, he's been in the mud. Just smiley face. That was one of the things I thought it might have been. The other thing was like just a yellow cog for some reason. And yeah, those are my two ideas. I love it. It's good. All right. How am I doing this? Wavy. He wants wavy. I don't even know if you guys mean. Oh, you guys can actually see it better than I can. Okay. Uh, that just ended up a band. Just propose a work in progress, though, Fiona. Let's go. And you also did a miscellaneous man. I gotta hide this channel or something. But okay, all right. We'll take a look at it. I gotta hide this channel, man. This channel is a troublemaker. You know what? Here we go. Here we go. I'm gonna make a category real quick. I'm gonna help everyone out here. Create category. Miscellaneous tabletop. Create category. And the miscellaneous stuff. Why won't it scroll down? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, wait. Oh, my mouse has to be right on where this scrolly bit is. Oh, and even then, it doesn't fully work. I think it might be my mouse wheel. This mouse is super old. Eh. Uh, where'd it go? Oh, I figured out how to make it scroll. Okay. And, alright. Okay. They're way down there. They got the 2 picks? Okay, cool. So we have Rat Ogren? Rat Ogren work in progress for Necromunda. And it's looking pretty cool, actually. Is that like a mine? I think that may be a mine. That is a that is an aggressor gauntlet piece right there. I know that piece. At least I'm fairly sure that's from an aggressor gauntlet. I think that's a possessed claw. Wow. Really grabbing, and that's more possessed, I think, right there. Really grabbing all the, yeah, see, there it is. Yeah, that's an aggressor gauntlet. That's cool. Uh, Greater possessed, I think. This is cool. I want to see it's painted. That's pretty sweet. Yo, it's such a tiny space. I don't know how I'm supposed to, like, paint more of a wave pattern here. It's, like, what? It's so... Oh, maybe this brush is a better tip, I think. Even though it's bigger. Yes, and I'm starting very subtle on purpose. In case anyone's wondering. Layers. Gotta do things in layers when you want really detailed stuff. We got Gene Splice Slave Ogren Gang of Rat Ogrens. That's the boss at the moment. And looks cool. The fact that it's a Rat Ogren with a Bolt Storm on him is pretty terrifying. I don't think those are actually coming out looking like waves. I hope future layers fix this. Like, I don't know what to do about it. Alright, we'll just move on to slightly later, I guess. I wanted, like, thinner, but... What I need to do is get my brush like how I would do scripting. Also, I'm like already getting mildly congested from talking. That seems insane. Just weird post-nasal drip thing since I had the flu. It's really frustrating. Alright, anyway. What's up, Plasma? Speak of the devil, Like the actual like this is Satan, this man. um, and the red piece I think came from the old ogre kit from Fantasy. Oh, okay. Here's your con thus far. Today we're doing the vibe check that is the sword. There's your cape. Um, that took me all of last stream to do that. So the lightning might still happen if I finish this early enough tomorrow. That's kind of where I'm at. Though I think honestly this came out pretty fantastic already. Oh, it did. Okay, great. Right now I'm currently going through the R&D of figuring out how to do your wave pattern nonsense. Okay, it's not nonsense, but it's just like there really is a reason I put in the notification for the stream. Not gonna lie, this sword is a vibe check. Come see if I pass. I'm trying to get my brush to like where I'd get it to do like scripting, but my paint isn't thick enough because I'm already blending some pretty thin paints. Let's see. I need thicker. Thicker. Yeah, I'm sure this sounds real good. Real good. I can't get the tip to stick. Maybe it's not, maybe wrong. Before you know it, you'll be commissioned to make other cool swords. That's what she said. Yes. Yeah. Now I knew that was coming. I'm just I'm just lucky Former's not in chat. I mean, I think people were pretty happy and excited just with the Blade Guard swords, which took me like less than like 8 minutes per sword, honestly. After the first one, anyway. It's like this sword literally took me less than 10 minutes in total. I mean, it was 2 sections because I had to wait till the arm was attached before I could airbrush it. But it's literally just I think Ironbreaker and then highlight like really scratchy with white, and then airbrushed with Escorpina green. And that's it. That's the sword. So easy. But no, I think this will come out pretty good. I just have to get this blend of Dawnstone and Eshin Gray to where I normally have my Abaddon Black for when I do scripting on Purity Seals. That's way too thin. Good lord. Man, I really just don't wanna. Why is it so wet? You know what, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna mix this on my cutting board and see if that helps because this paint is just too thin. Which I don't know why I chose this section of my cutting board. I can't see it properly. It's in the glare. This is going well. Okay. Alright, it's going better. Yes. I can see waves now. Okay, I think that's starting to like come together a bit there. There's a wet palette working against me. This doesn't happen often. Yeah, very much potato. How goes it? That just didn't work. Overall, fairly well. I am just, yeah, I'm getting vibe checked by the sword. It is a struggle for the ages right here. Oh yeah, that thing gonna get pretty extraordinary when I get to the faces tomorrow. Does Death Guard have facial feature? Uh, Man, they have some of the most emotive faces, except all the emotes that they are giving are Eldritch Horror. Um, this Death Guard in particular, that's his face. That is the mutation of the warp in full force there, as he now has a single eye, a single horn, and well, a mouthful of teeth. That is just that Death Guard. Every Death Guard's face is very unique. They're very cool. This guy's got like a super diesel punk face. Let's see the sergeant, or champion. He's got just absolute mess of something organic that's fusing into machine. Another rainbow horn. I know Venom wanted to do his purple thing, but he hasn't been here. So, snooze you lose, I suppose. Would you want normal paints or like UV paints like we did on all pink guy? Normal paints? Uh, let's see, what would that be? Purple, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, 6 colors. Probably take me. You want like rainbow striped or like gradient rainbow? Like a rainbow that's smoothly. Oh, some people throw in cyan, but whatever. Argibiv or Art Royjibiv. Oh, blue indigo violet, I suppose. Yeah, Roy Roy Jibiv because green indigo blue no Jibiv green blue indigo, violet. Man, I don't know. Friggin' rainbow, and I'm supposed to be an artist here. Rainbow colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. So consider indigo its own color within the rainbow. So 7 colors. Yeah. So next question I would have would be, you want like just rainbow stripes, or you want it to be like a gradient? Just stripes? I mean, probably for like $5. Nice gradient on it. Probably more like 15. Just stripes? Yeah, $5. $5 is fine. Actually, I just realized. Not about your thing. Your thing's fine. $5. Um, I think I might want to actually only have these middle waves be more visible. Rainbow Stripe Unicorn Horn? Very well. It shall be done. Now I gotta figure out how to make indigo. So I'm gonna crack blue. I'm gonna crack blue and Phoenicia. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It's fine. Yoink. Do you have a preference on if the red starts at the top or the bottom? Like which direction that's going in? Very well. Yes. I was thinking that as well. Okay. Let's jump that. Moving on, I am actually quite smart. I didn't think one way or another. Additionally, I don't think a lot of people know this. There's a lot of different types of intelligence. Or at least there's a couple of very main specific ones that some are given attention and some aren't. Like our current IQ tests are based on verbal based intelligence, but a lot more attention very lately has been put into researching object orientation intelligence. These aren't the cleanest stripes ever, but it's a chaos model, and technically his horn is actually broken, and I had to glue it back together, so I think it'll come out fine. I have to fix that bottom bit with the green, that's a bit too much. It's a bit much. Oh, that's still like quite wet actually. I might be able to just knock that off. That is actually a gorgeous indigo I just made. Apparently Lothran blue and Phoenician purple make a gorgeous indigo. I don't think you're ready for this. Oh, it's very wet though. Jeez. Ah, jeez. It's very moist. Yeah, I think I put too much. I put too much water. I think in my wet palette. It's making everything like just it's too wet to work with. It's too thin. All right. It looked extremely nice on my web palette. It's a little harder to tell exactly what it is in here. I'm realizing, especially because it don't want to dry all the way down there. Come on. Like, it's nice when I'm trying to blend, but this is madness to try to base coat. Okay, well, we'll come back to that. Oh, you know what? Actually, there's a bit of paint right there. I can use that. Yes. So, because acrylic paint is water-based, everything is based upon the ratio of water to pigment. It being runny is because you have too much medium, or water in this case, compared to pigment. Now, not necessarily too much. There are uses for that. It's just it's not good for this. Okay, there we go. Now, purple, in which case I'm going to be using a brighter purple that used to make the indigo. There you go. That's a rainbow horn, I think. What'd be cool is, I think, if someone came along later and was like, you know what, blend that together, spectrum that. I would like to see it, but that's up to you people. Prayers have been heard and they have been answered. For the meme lords. Now, back to the con. So I'm kind of thinking this back end is done for now, and time to do waviness on the rest of it. Like video updates, because they take time to edit, and I am still in that state of outside, like off cam. I am like flooded with work, and now also taxes, like tax paperwork. So I literally don't have time to work on anything for the channel outside. Yeah, and that's gonna be going for a while. That big government contract got pushed back because of tax season, but like immediately after I was hit, or actually right before we heard that, and right immediately after we heard that, I got hit with a bunch of demand for other web dev work. So I've been nonstop for a while. And will be nonstop for a while yet. Like I'm working 7 days a week currently. Yeah, except I've also been getting a lot of propositions for more commissions that are waiting for me to finish this commission. I think that's one of the main reasons why I haven't heard any confirmations on any of them, is because I'm technically still working on this. So, like, at least in theory, including this client actually has stuff he wants me to paint too. Yeah, so it's like, no, I'm just working contracts right now, just across the board in every dimension as it stands. So all the fun little frills and stuff are kind of being pushed to the background while I ensure my bills continue to be paid. What's next? Right. Blade. Let's start dark on the bottom. Now this paint's actually dried a little bit, so this might be a little bit more cooperative. Yeah. So, like, it's all good, but it's also, like, I don't have time to do anything else. I am, as much as I can, taking, like, the videos between people adding stuff to the CFC, but they're just sitting on my laptop in storage or on my phone. Hope he knows that you'll charge a bit more than any other content you did in your first with him. Well, no, it's still based on what it is you want from me. I just learned that if it's gonna be like someone else's recipe, it's gonna be a lot more. No, what he wants me to do next is Leagues of Votan, the new squats, the new space dwarves. Um, he gave me the color scheme, but the actual recipe is entirely up to me, and it's lower detail, so it's actually will be a lot cheaper, ironically, but also a lot quicker. Like nothing you do as a commission should take like as long as like these white scars did. All my commissions going forward will take me far more reasonable amount of time. Like troops on low detail, like a week or two at most, knock out a bunch of them. The huge, I've gotten asked about doing some huge character ones that's super high detail. Yeah, sure, couple months, but they're a couple grand a piece, like that kind of thing. Yeah, way quicker. Like this commission's a massive outlier, and this is because I screwed up understanding what was going into it on every level, and I have learned. Like now, if I were to get this commission, this exact same commission right now, it would be in the vein of somewhere between $15,000 and $20,000. Nah, this is all the wrong orientation, I think. I think it needs to be like over here, like this. Nah, that doesn't look right either. Sorry, I'm looking up like reference pics on like swords and stuff. I'm trying to figure out how the wave function. It's not actually a wave function. The wave like pattern follows a curve. So I'm trying to find single edge curved swords with a wave pattern. It's not gonna be exactly the same, but it'll give me a better idea because I'm kind of doing like fancy version because also you just couldn't paint like Damascus steel like actual Damascus steel pattern. It's too small. Half a year. Well, this commission now, granted, I wasn't working on it the entire time because I did have some very large web dev contracts in a few parts of it. But calendar wise, I was given this contract in April 2021 is when I got these models. And it definitely has been thousands of hours into this. So like even that still like I wouldn't be making that much per hour. Like even if it took me 1,000 hours, and this is definitely taking me more than 1,000 hours, at 20 grand, that's $20 an hour. Like it's not like that still isn't even like really worth it. So probably like really probably should be more even. But I should have known, and now I do, that even from the get-go, we probably just shouldn't have done this commission like this in the first place. Doing a specific high-grade recipe on white across 32 miles in a single go, and a couple of them at even higher detail. Like, I should have just been like, listen, this is going to be too much, too long for either of us. Like, we're both not going to like this. It's not even enough guys for you to field a full army with. There's no way you're going to be able to afford, like, actually getting this 2 full army status. Now we know. But the contract shall be fulfilled. Because it actually was a contract I signed. If I did nonstop like I like right now, like 32 hours a week, it probably would be, it'd still be over a year. Probably. 32 weeks, 30. Or maybe a year. It might be a year. I don't know. That's still like 1,500 hours. Man, they really don't make much into it. Hold on, I'm just gonna put Damascus steel curved sword. You know, a lot of the patterns I am seeing are flowing the same way irregardless of the curve. When there's enough of a curve to like notice, the actual pattern of the metal doesn't change, it seems. It seems to be uh consistent all the way down, or tilts ever so slightly. It doesn't tilt a lot. Okay, that makes it easier, honestly. Yeah. So weird. Oh no, this is the right brush. Huh. Although, were you vibing with the sword? Not quite yet. I hope to get there. Nah, I was saying that the sword's a vibe check. It's gonna see if I'm worthy. And we're still seeing if that's the case or not, because I'm still having a hard time getting the paint to like cooperate with me in the way I want. Kind of sad on the tank. What do you mean? Oh, Rogodorn. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They never gave it a bottom plate for the model. That's why that's a joke. Oh, there we go. Kind of got a bit of momentum going here. I'm just gonna have to do like this, like 15 or 16 more times all the way through. Who knows how I'm gonna do this on the back, where I can't reach it very well. Oh man. Yes, of course you can. As long as you know that I almost certainly will have thoughts on it. As Sai can attest. Sai's probably getting tortured by his grandmother as we speak, actually. Okay, one shot idea. You get stuck on an island cook. Yeah, you mentioned this yesterday. We already started, like, building the coconuts. Remember? We're like high dex, medium strength, medium intelligence, some crafting capability, pack tactics, uh, like 6 HP, something like that. That's fine. We also established, not you specifically, but like Chad. Chad and I established like 6 times yesterday that I have terrible memory, so like I'm sure I can give you a pass. Now I want to run by you a combo for D&D that I might be pulling Sunday with my bard. So we ended the session coming across a bridge, looking down the road. In the middle of the road is sleeping in a dull white dragon surrounded by its entourage of kobolds, right? So, I am a warforged bard. I am a robot. I'm a very big robot that was originally designed for war. I weigh before my gear 310 pounds of steel and wood. I'm also 6'8". I have a strength of 18, dexterity 14, constitution of 14. I have disposed Dimension Door, which gives me a 500-foot range to basically just teleport to anywhere I can see or reasonably envision. In this combo, I'm thinking to ensure that this thing stays on the ground where my strongest buddies can beat the crap out of it. When it takes off and gets out of the range of the kobolds, I Dimension Door onto its back, and then grab onto it and hold it. And then in the next turn, on my next turn, I cast on myself Enlarge, where I become large, and I believe I become 8 times heavier, or something like that. Much heavier. Hold on, let me get the exact spell description here. Yes, weight multiplied by 8. With my gear. Not there's a lot of it, but I had to thought because we haven't started the combat yet that I actually go back to my cart, because I have my own cart, and grab a bunch of my stuff and put it on me, and then do this combo. Become enlarge on its back and become a fair bit over 3,000 pounds. No, no, not squish it. I don't think it'll squish it, but it definitely shouldn't be able to fly. It will have the equivalent of about 4 Camrys on its back, like four small cars, small to medium sized cars on its back all of a sudden. Even an adult dragon should not be able to fly with that much additional weight by any stretch of the imagination. A heaviest dragon? Uh, All right, let's say in theory, I'm trying to meta this too much because I'm about to fight this thing. 5E adult white dragon. Let's see, according to D&D Beyond. So 580 feet. That's 22 strength. It doesn't say how heavy it is. However, D&D has basic rulings for encumbrance. 5e encumbrance. If you carry a weight in excess to 5 times your strength score, you're encumbered, which means speed drops by 10 feet. And then if, where's the rest of it? Oh, and that was just a little snip at the top. I need the rest of it. Hold on, let me go to strength specifically. Carrying capacity. Your carrying capacity is your strength score multiplied by 15. Right, I can carry something like 500 or 600 pounds because I'm very strong. Actually, I'm almost as strong as the dragon. Push, drag, lift. Okay, larger creatures can bear more weight for each size category, but medium double the creature's carrying capacity in the amount it can push, drag, lift. So lift. Let's say lift. Let's say carrying capacity and lift. So wait, what's lift? Twice your carrying capacity is lift. Okay, so let's say lift. 30 times your strength score. 30 times 22. Where's my calculator? Wait, then it's like double that, right? Because a doll is large? Oh, it's huge. Okay, so a fair bit more. However, this is just lift, like, off the ground. So that's, double carrying capacity for each amount over double. Okay, so it's 60, so 120 times 22. So, okay, actually, yes, adult weight. All right, so 120 times 22, strength 22, right? Is 2,640 pounds. Lift is how much you can lift off the ground. So, it can't even lift off the ground. It shouldn't. If it goes by the same rules, it should not even be able to push itself off the ground, like, from crouch to standing, let alone fly. Because I am now over 500 or 600 pounds more than what it should be. Yeah, I might just squish the dragon. I might just flatten it. That might just happen. So, yeah, this is a brutal combo that is based upon me being able to hold on to the dragon between my turn of dimension dooring to it and then enlarging myself. Because yeah, when I before I had fully picked all of my gear, I had calculated I would be 3,100 pounds when I use enlarge. And then I added some more gear. So if I actually put all the gear back on me, because it's currently being stored in my car, because my guy tries not to hold a lot of gear for reasons, then yes, he's like 3,300 pounds. So it doesn't shake you off. Yeah, that's the big question. But again, I have 18 strength, so like athletics check, fairly good. And again, if we are also doing, because it's asleep, we haven't decided if we're going to combat it yet. I can give myself enhanced ability because I have that spell, which means I can do it to strength, which that gives you 5e enhance ability. Bull's strength has advantage on strength checks and his or her carrying capacity doubles. Not the carrying capacity, man. Oh, actually, no, that could be good because we could just strap more gear on me. No, it's fine. We don't have enough gear to even do that. But advantage on strength checks. So I have a +5 to athletics, and then I can give myself advantage. I can get guidance from the clerics. I have another D4, and then we initiate combat, wait for it to fly off, and then I dimension door onto it. Next turn, I enlarge, and then it crash lands with me on its back. 24. I have 18 strength. Oh, D4. The cleric can give me a D4 with guidance that I can add to that athletics check or grapple check, whatever the DM wants me to do. Yeah, yeah. Um, Unfortunately, I am the bard, so I can't give myself an inspiration die, as nice as that would be, because it's like a D8. But hey, I'll take a D4. Every little bit helps. So yeah, I hadn't done the meta of like how much a dragon can carry. I was just pretty sure that would work. Now I know, like, mathematically, like, there's no way that thing should continue flying once I go in large. Right? Like 310 pounds, plus armor, plus weapons, plus I'm gonna put my backpack back on, which has like a sledgehammer and a portable ram, and like 2600 gold pieces, like, back on me, and then I'm going to do it. Like, that's so much weight. I'm like something like 450 pounds fully geared up with all my stuff on me. And then I times that by 8, right? So hold on. Let me do that calculation again. I'm going to pull up my character sheet. Uh so if I put my backpack back on myself, then I am carrying 133 pounds on top of me being already uh 310 pounds. So 310 plus 133, 443 times 8. Yeah, 3,544 pounds. Uh, I was gonna go for a smaller car, but let's go with like a. How much is a Nissan Pathfinder weigh? Can I get that quickly? Oh, it didn't fully get the. Um. Okay, nope. That's a little. That's a little heavy. I'm not quite an SUV. I'm not quite an SUV. Let's say a Nissan Camry 2022 weight 3,340 pounds. I actually weigh more than a Nissan. Sorry, not Nissan. A Toyota Camry. Yeah, about a ton and a half. Yeah, I will literally weigh more than a Toyota Camry. Like a Toyota Camry with like stuff in it, or like a moderate sized person. Yeah, this is what I got in my pack. I got my arm blade, painter supplies, and glamored studded leather on me. Then my backpack, which is 5 pounds, has a bag of ball bearings, disguise kit, drum, sledgehammer, longhorn, and a portable ram. Portable ram and sledgehammer alone is 45 pounds. And then I have a chest Which actually I should find out how much a chest weighs actually, because I don't have that part of it. But I have like a rig to attach the chest to my backpack. It's a whole thing. It's a whole story thing. Don't worry about it. 5E chest item. That was another 25 pounds. So actually, no, I weigh more than this. I weigh more than this. Now, let me put in the weight. Wait, how much does my gold weigh? 5E gold. Weight. Calculator. How's this work? There we go. 53 pounds in the chest. I'm not sure if that's being calculated in the inventory thing. Let me try pulling that out. Oh, yeah, oh wait, no, it does. It does. Okay. All right. So actually, if I include the chest, it's 158.24. So let me actually go back. 443 plus 25 for the chest times 8. That's now 3744. 3,744 pounds. I am closer to 4,000 pounds than farther. That's all my gold. So this jug is dead. Yeah. Um, I might just one shot it, depending on how the DM like does like gravity damage. Might be scary. I mean, I've seen him do lava. Lava's pretty brutal, so who knows. Um. Oh man, oh no. Every time we have like a legitimate like problem, I just get I dimension door above the thing enough where I have enough distance to fall like around and then enlarge right before I hit the ground and just squash anything. Does gravity? Yeah, I have a cushion. I also have a cleric, so that helps too. Uh, all right. So this is why my guy has a chest of gold. He he started with nothing but the ability to entertain, so he went around entertaining, eventually bought a chest that he carried around to carry his gold because he never made quite enough to buy a bag of holding. And then he bought a cart to make that easier, and he also used a cart to store all of his performance like stuff, his larger performance stuff. Now he just carries everything in the cart because he himself has a masquerade tattoo, glamored studded leather, and glamour weave robe, so he can change his entire visual appearance at a whim on 3 different levels, and wearing other stuff disrupts that ability. So he tries not to wear anything except for that stuff, like a backpack or anything. Are you about to be killed by squishing a dragon? Probably not. Though even if I was, my cleric's right there to use Revivify. Because the reason that didn't work with my necromancer is because the cleric had been portaled out of the room, and I fell in lava and took 4 times the amount of damage of my maximum health. So I just instantly like incinerated. I full golemed. Yeah, death. I had 22 max HP. I took like 106 or something like that, or something ridiculous like that. It's actually like 5 times. I took just under 5 times my maximum health. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty insane. My cleric was like absolutely like incensed because he thought that my guy was the best written and best played character in the party, and he was like, "Is there any way we can trade positions? I will sacrifice my character right now to keep Viso in it because he's like the best character here." I mean, to be fair, he was right. Viso had a 10-story, a 10-page backstory or a 9.5-page backstory, and here's what happens when I join in a D&D campaign. I walk in, throw a stack of papers on the table, metaphorically, because I only play online, and say, all your RP is mine, copyright and trademark. Like, I go heavy and hard on the role play and the character creation, like, as far as backstory and stuff. So my cleric was like, no, this is the best character we had. The rest of us are joke characters. You can't be dead. I'm just sitting there like, we decided to go in there, and my character really wanted to go in there. And then bad rolls. 2 very bad rolls. 2 nat 2s on an athletics check and then dexterity save. Not even my athletics check, actually. The paladins that was carrying me. Paladin survived. All because that room with the lava turned off magic. If it didn't, would not have been a problem. I had multiple ways of just zipping across the room using magic. And then the magic actually also turned off all of our equipment because all of our equipment was inside bags of holding. So I couldn't even skill monkey it. Or item monkey it. Well, no, we all had to go in. Or no, like okay, so it was a room in a tower of like rooms like that, of like challenge rooms. It's just in any situation that allows us magic, our party's like very, very, very stupidly strong. We have a cleric that like literally gushes out temp HP while also being able to heal. We have a paladin that is a mounted combat paladin whose horse is magical, so like he just always has a horse in his back pocket, literally, and also has a gun lance and a rocket launcher. And then I'm a necromancer with like 20. No, how many did I have? I had just under 30 skeletons, 5 of which had guns, while I'm also a wizard at level 8. Like, I'm a necromancer, but also I'm a wizard. Like, I can still do a lot of stuff myself. Like, I'm a blight, and then I'm gonna blight, and then I'm a blight again. Well, that's like kind of out of the question now, because now the necromancer that had the 20 intelligence is now dead. So we have an artificer now, but he's kind of a dunce. Yeah, I'm gonna find another campaign somewhere way down the road to play him again in. That actually was his second campaign, because the first campaign we went through the story arc, like that specific story arc, and then all of a sudden I was like kicked and banned from the game and the Discord server. Never a word why. I still have not the faintest inkling as to why that happened. But some people are just friggin' weird. So, but yeah, I'll get my satisfaction of Viso taking on the gods with a massive army of undead, because that was kind of his like gimmick. I'll just be later. For now, I'm trying out playing a bard with Palette, and it is a lot of fun. I really like. You know what I love most about being a bard? The inspiration is really fun, but the best part is just silvery barbs. Like everything. Because it's a level 1 spell, so I can spam it all the time. I never use my reaction except silvery barb. Nope, DM, you don't get to have fun. Also, hey, Paladin, you have advantage. Oh, what's that? Someone hitting the cleric? Nope, reroll. Also, cleric, you get advantage. Like, silvery barb, silvery barb, silvery barb. It's like counterspell, but worse. And I think I have counterspell too. Just hasn't come up yet because we haven't fought anything with magic yet. So yeah, it's just It's a lot of fun to I'm just trolling the GM basically because he's not allowed to do it. Like our first combat, I ensured no one took damage because they were already rolling badly, the enemies, and then every time they rolled well, I silvery barbed them. They didn't stand a chance. Silvery barb, silvery barb, silvery barb. That spell is like broken. I mean, it's not broken against bosses, but it's definitely broken against minion dudes. They don't have good action economy to get a lot of hits in, then it's like, what are you gonna do, bro? You silver your barb to hit roll on like a normal attack and give advantage to the guy that you know later is gonna have to do like some kind of ability save. Get wrecked. Like I had no idea it would be so much fun to be this much crowd control. This much crowd control is like bonkers. But yeah, I'm glad now I know for sure this combo should work. This combo is absurd. Oh, I can silvery barb the dragon's check to shrug me off, and then give myself advantage on the roll against it. Booyah! Because it's almost guaranteed to be an opposed check. On an adventure that I was dragonborn in a room with a few guys, I had no idea who they were. I nearly breath attacked lightning a turtle man. The turtle dudes are cool though. That is funny. The turtle man was on our side. Oh no! Don't do that. I was playing a neutral character. Fair enough. My character is chaotic neutral, and I normally play chaotic good, but chaotic neutral in the sense that he hasn't fully figured out morality, so that is likely to change later. He's already slightly begun figuring it out. So he got free will all of like a couple months ago, even though like really he's like 7 years old. 7 years of brutal combat under the direct control of other people. I mean, brutal, like psychological warfare combat. That's what he was built for, was psychological warfare. He's a shock trooper. Shock trooper that leans more on the end of terrorist. Is what he was built for. And then he got free will and was like, nah, I want to be an artist. Charman was in the way of 3 other enemies within breath range. Yeah, that's annoying. Although at the same time, the breath weapon isn't that strong. Unless you're fighting just like dudes that were just gonna like fall over anyway. Normal dudes. Okay, so if you're like medium to high level, they were probably gonna die even from the breath attack. How's this sword coming? This look reasonable? I'm nowhere near done, but I think I'm going in the right direction. It's been an AC of like 17. Oh, level 3. I see. Well, I think the breath attack's a dex save, right? Non-AC? Or not like a hit roll? I want Sai to come in so I can tell him the final calculations of this combo. Oh, it's a dex attack. Oh. I've not played Dragonborn, so I didn't. Actually, fun story. Fun facts, fun story. When I was first getting into D&D, I had like heard of D&D. I wanted to try it for like years, but never had the opportunity because I thought you had to play it in person. I learned about playing it online like way later. I probably would have been playing it for many years more if I knew you could play it online. But anyway, um, I was the group that actually invited me to play was not very good for new people. They didn't really tell me much of what was going on, how to do things. I came from video games, so I started looking up like enemy stats and stuff because that's what you do in video games. And people started like yelling at me about like, "Hey, don't be meta. Don't what's the term? Um like your meta whatever, your meta-ing, what have you." And I'm like, what does that mean? I don't understand because I didn't know the difference. Metagaming, thank you. Don't metagame. I'm like, what does that even mean? And they like wouldn't tell me what metagaming meant. So it was like a whole problem. But anyway, before that, I was just told D&D. I didn't even know what additions were because I wasn't told what that was. So between when I was asked to join and when I actually got to play my first game, my ex and I went on a trip to New York City. And there's this, I mean, fair, but I mostly played like single player RPGs and first person shooters and a couple strategy games before that. So like I had never heard of like the difference between role play and like metagaming. I had no idea. And I asked, like, what is that? I don't understand. And they refused to tell me. Like, they just figured, like, I was trying to get around it or whatever. Like, starting a philosophical debate on what even is metagaming? I was like, no, I don't know what metagaming is. What are you talking about? Anyway, so we went to New York City, and there's this tabletop gaming store, like, right next to the Empire State Building. And I was like, oh, I want to get my first D&D stuff from there. That'd be cool. So I went there, bought a player's handbook, bought some dice. Turned out to be super cursed dice, by the way. Like, super cursed dice. Those things rolled absolutely horrible. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah, I went there. And then on the train ride home, train, bus, I forget which. I think it was train. Yeah, I think we used the train that time. I read a bunch of the player's handbook. I was like, oh, this is so cool. The art's so cool. I want to play Dragonborn. Yeah, it turns out I was reading 4th edition, which even, like, both then and now, like, the gameplay doesn't make sense to me. Because I wasn't told about editions. Yeah, I learned that later. I thought it was like, well, first of all, the 4th edition book doesn't say what edition it is on it, which doesn't help. I still own it. It doesn't say 4th edition. I thought it was just like games where you get the latest patch. So I got the latest book, which was 4th edition. So I yeah, it's basically what happened. I went there, I bought my first D&D book thinking it'd be such a cool thing, and I bought a book I never used. I read like 3 times. The art is very cool. And I thought I was gonna be like a Dragonborn warlord, which now like later like sounds so dumb. Like I'm a level 1 warlord. Like that sounds ridiculous. But whatever. What I ended up playing was like the prototype version initially, like super initially, the prototype version of what would later be my current cleric character. And then a little bit later, I switched over to a dwarf ranger for a little while. And then they killed that while I wasn't even at the table, and then some weird personal stuff came up, and I just stopped hanging out with that group entirely. It was actually because of other people being babies about politics, was actually, and I was like, I'm done with this. Like they want to talk politics, but they can't not have a temper tantrum when someone else has a different opinion than them and actually can provide like a rational argument for the different opinion. And that was the end of my first D&D group. Good riddance in all, like in all retrospect compared to what I have now. I did end up buying the full 3-book set of handbook, monster guide, and dungeon master's guide to 3.5, which I find very enjoyable to read. And then ironically, I mostly play 5e. I still don't own any of the books for. But it's fine because I just look up whatever on like D&D Beyond or Wikidot. I killed a character while you wasn't able. Yeah, it's my game as well though. Yeah. Yeah, okay, so here's what happened. I'm a dwarf ranger who uses double weapon fang style, so I have 2 axes, right? Uh we have another guy that's a big human fighter. And we were all pinned down by this wizard using all these, like lightning spells and stuff. And we're all pinned down, we can't move. So the fighter reaches over, grabs me, and chucks me at the wizard because he's like this huge fighter with 20 strength. And it works, and I actually insta-kill the wizard. Like, I roll super well on the rolls I was asked to roll, and the DM's like, you land with both your axes in bed firmly in his face, he is dead. Like, don't even roll damage. So, later when I wasn't there, I know, right? It went so well that later, that same fighter, when I wasn't at the table, liked it so much that he tried it again, and it failed terribly. And I was also on fire. And then I got a call, like, hey, can you roll some dice? Yeah, I have some dice here. Okay, cool. So you're a shriveled, burned finger in a jar, and you kinda came back, but there's some issues? I'm like, what do you mean I came back? What do you mean I was a finger in a jar? Like, yeah, it it was a whole thing. He also died again, and soon after that, I don't remember why, but I remember the first time because it was directly based on my party members. Uh, yeah. Did I tell you about the artificer that's with my warforged? That's more of a robot than my warforged is, even though he's completely organic. But he behaves and talks in every way like a robot. Compared to my warforged, which is literally a robot, that has 20 charisma. Like he has a +8 persuasion, +11 performance, +11 intimidation. Like he can be the life of the absolute party and get people to do whatever he wants without using spells. And the artificer who is something like the devil people. Tiefling. He's like tiefling adjacent, if that makes sense. We don't know exactly what it is, but he's confirmed he's not a tiefling. The guy's like super robotic. Also, he's not getting my inspirations anymore because he doesn't understand them. I tried to give him inspiration in combat by so we had a large clay golem in the distance, right? So I hold up my left hand because my left arm has all my painting stuff, and I paint in the back of my left hand a purple outline of the clay golem, cast fairy fire. And then for my bonus action, I paint a little outline of the artificer who is standing next to me on my left, a little outline of him hitting the clay golem. I'm like, hey, what do you think about this? They try to give him inspiration. And he's like, what? What do I What am I looking at? What is this? Why are you painting? We're in the middle of combat. Because he didn't understand how I cast his spells yet, because we had just met. So I'm like, well, I guess the artificer doesn't get my inspiration because he doesn't understand art. Thinks the robot to himself. Like, what what is this dynamic? On the plus side, the cleric actually also like sketches, so like the cleric's super happy. The cleric, who is also becoming slowly best buds with my necromancer, who he initially hated when he learned about the necromancy, um, and then heavily mourned in my necromancer's death. It was very fascinating character building. Very good character building, I think. Character development. Him and my new character are getting along splendidly as the other one, the cleric sketches a lot in a little sketchbook. Well, Paladin just paints like all over himself and then like merges that with his skin because of the masquerade tattoo. I still haven't showed him a bunch of stuff for that character. They have no idea he's a psycho trooper yet. New character idea: find a D&D picture you like in Google search and then basic class race around a picture. That's like most people are not. That's how a lot of people build characters, actually. I find that a shocking number of people do exactly that to build characters. Granted, most of those are pretty like shallow characters. Not all the time, but I find a lot of them are. But yeah, if you throw in a randomizer in there, that could be interesting. Oh yeah, but my party has no idea that I used to be a shock trooper or a psyop trooper. So I'm waiting for the moment where we come up against bandits, which actually happen a lot because we use a lot of random combat generators, random encounter generators, and I just pull like absolute like horror tactics against them like immediately to try to like persuade them to not fight us, to take the peaceful route by just giving them a like horrific PTSD. And my party has as little idea I'm about to pull that as the enemy. It's just like what my necromancer did, where no one had any idea he was a necromancer for months. Like we played together for months before they learned he was actually a necromancer and not an illusionist. It was finally revealed when we were fighting a dragon and it was going very poorly, so my guy decided to just drop everything and literally drop a bunch of skeletons into combat, which ironically didn't actually do that much, but it was a really cool moment regardless. Those started becoming very thin to do. How'd you keep the facade? Um, by keeping up a facade, literally, in the sense that he introduced himself as an illusionist, and he had a lot of illusion spells, and I'm very good at using illusion magic because I'm a very creative person. Uh, so he introduced himself as an illusionist, even though his subclass is necromancer. But all the necromancer stuff you wouldn't know unless you saw him do necromancy. And using offensive necromancy spells like Blight is not like actually a social taboo. Just raising the dead is. Actually, half of the healing spells are necromancy school, as well as the resurrection spells. So yeah, he introduced himself as an illusionist. He was very nice, very intelligent. Actually did care about people because he was chaotic good. He legitimately was chaotic good. He was a good guy necromancer. I Skellyman, yes. And he kept his skeletons in a bag of holding, and at night when he was on watch, he would take a minute to cast animate dead into his bag of holding to reassert control. And he had a keen mind feat, so he always knew exactly what time it was, so he knew whether or not his skeletons would be feral or not, and how to regiment that schedule. Most of necromancy is actually just timekeeping and paperwork. Actually, it's a lot of logistics, but that's the best part, because if you're allowed to have logistics by your DM, that means you can be super powerful. Because the biggest part is like, um, equipment. If your DM allows you to custom equip your skeletons and not use purely the data slate, the character sheet for skeletons, that means you can have, in theory, skeleton warriors with, you know, long swords. Actually, your best case is rapiers because they have high dex. Rapiers, shield, plate armor. You can have skeleton minutemen like I did, where they have rifles. Skeleton archer, skeleton crossbowmen. You can have anything you want, really. You just have to keep in mind that their stats are dex based, so that's why rapier is actually the best melee weapon. I had a skeleton knight. He had scale mail, a shield, and a rapier, and he was a skeleton knight subclass. I made subclasses to make it easier to keep track of people's equipment. So like, I had archers, which was it was hide armor. It took a lot of gold. It's very expensive, but if you have the gold, you can be absolutely brutal. Archers with short bow, hide armor, and a short sword as a melee weapon. Warriors with a short sword, shield, and scale mail, and a knights with a rapier, shield, and scale mail. Which, by the way, scale mail means that skeleton has, I think, DC 17. I thought DC, or maybe it was 18. It might have been higher. It might be 18. AC 17 or 18 skeleton, and then have a bunch of them. Like, yeah, I didn't care if I had 22 HP after I took that deal for that better Arcane Grimoire. Right before the lava, I had gone from 33 HP to 22 HP. Total max HP, because I took a life drain deal to get a heavy discount on a +2 Arcane Grimoire, and I never got to use it. Yeah, 20 Skellyman with 18 AC. Come at me, bro. And then a bunch of those are ranged. With, I believe, skeletons have 14 dex. And on top of that, they get bonuses from me as I level because of the Necromancer subclass. Like, they get my proficiency as a flat bonus to damage. So the guns they had were a flat, like, no skill attribute, 1d20 damage, +3 because of my proficiency bonus. While also getting to hit bonuses from me because of Necromancer subclass. And HP bonuses that scaled as well because of my Necromancer subclass. So they had each 20 yeah, it was like 20 HP, 18 AC. They hit on like a +4 or something like that, and they had a +3 flat bonus to their damage on top of whatever bonus they had to their normal weapons. Which, by the way, a rapier is a finesse weapon, so it was 1d8 +2 +3, so 1d8 +5. So my knight could actually do up to 13 damage. That's just one skeleton. The knight wasn't special, it was just based on his actual equipment. So I bought a bunch of rapiers. They could do up to 12 damage apiece in melee. Like, being allowed to equip your skellies, it is depend on a DM to balance it by allowing what kind of equipment and how much gold you have. But I mean, like, it can get really insane. And we did not get to fully see that in this campaign because lava. But now I get to become a 3,400 pound like the Iron Giant. I literally get to become the Iron Giant. So, I need to make a fair bit of this brighter, like along here and here. Actually, like across the board brighter. Yeah, now that's if they max roll. But yes, I could do already at level 8. And that's 20 skeletons. I could actually control, I think it was 31 skeletons with all of my level 3 plus spells, which by the way, Necromancer subclass also increases the amount of skeletons you can raise and control per spell slot. So I think it's 31 skeletons total I could control at level 8. Yeah. And my goal over time was to more and more give all of them guns. Those rifles, those D20 damaged guns. That was my goal when I discovered that I could do that. It would take a long time because based on how fast the shop could make the guns. But I wanted to make an army, a literal clockwork, not literally clockwork, but working like clockwork army. Follow me on this. You know, like the Revolutionary War and the Civil War, where they all line up in like these lines of just muskets, right? Literally that, except they're skeletons. So they have no fear. They resist. They pierce damage does like nothing against them. They reload with perfect repetition. And while yes, that gun did have like a on if you rolled like a 1, the gun would take the gun would have problems, but like still like yeah, no, it's like 500. It's 500 plus damage if they maxed out all that time, and that's not even just a +3. So hold on, that's where's my calculator again? So it is so first 31 times 3, 93. Okay, save that. 31 times 20 is 620 plus 93. Max rolls for 31 skeletons with those rifles, 713 damage. And that's not including me as the wizard or my party. That's just my minions. Yes. Necromancers with guns. There actually was a way I could have increased that damage by a bunch more, but it wasn't as good of a build because of reliability. So one of the other guns that he added was this hand cannon that did that 2d20 damage, but it had like up to if you rolled after your modifier was applied to hits below a 4, it would jam and have problems. My skeletons or something like that. I don't know, something like my skeleton's dex would not like apply to it at all, so it's just like a 4 or higher. So like my skeletons weren't reliable enough to like actually be able to do that. But I had the thought of like, well, it's 2d20 damage because it's a hand cannon. It shoots like an actual like ball. um But I thought of like imagine lines of skeletons with tower shields and then hand cannons. Yeah, it shoots a mini cannonball, like literally. Yeah, that's why it does 2d20 damage, but it has a really high chance of messing up unless you have. Oh no, it's proficiency. Proficiency allowed you to lower that massively, but my skeletons can't get proficiency because they're skeletons. So it would just be if they rolled beneath a 4, so 1 out of 5 chance they would shoot and it would mess up the gun, and an artificer would have to fix it for them because it literally requires tinker tools. So, oh jeez, man. Now they go to like tower shield wall, like Roman Legion. You know, like the Roman Legion turtle where it's all the tower shields, shooting shotguns, shooting sawed-off shotguns in a fantasy world where everyone's still using swords. They suddenly literally have sawed-off shotguns. In a turtle formation. With skeletons, they have no fear. No, what would have happened is I would have become Order incarnate. Because so here's the world that Viso found himself in. It's a continent of a bunch of tiny like not tiny. They weren't small. They weren't actually small, but like segmented plateaus where between the plateaus was this mist, this magical mist that people just disappeared into, so no one went in there. So just these big bridges across these different like plateaus that turn into effectively like city states or like small nation states, like small areas, kind of like Greek, or pre German unification. So like you're talking like early 1800s, late 1700s Germany, where it's all those tiny little fiefdoms, right? And they're ruled individually by what are called dragon lords. Didn't have to be a dragon. They started as dragons because there's a lot of dragons there, and some of them were still dragons, but it was more of just a title by that point. And the area was gearing up for another war. So Visa's idea, when he discovered that he could get guns for his skeletons, was like, I'm going to help some of these dragon lords for now to build up my power, and then I'm going to overtake this entire continent and wipe out like centralized government for the most part, and just especially religion. By the way, screw religion. My guy was very anti-religion. Gum. Oh yeah, well, like I would have went in on a platform of self-reliance, like independence, private property, free market capitalism. Because my guy is a level 20, like legitimate prodigious genius. Like all his actual stats reflected that he had the prodigy feat, the prodigy feat, the keen mind feat. Like he was like boom genius, but like because of his background had been like centralized power is a bad idea, so he would have become the ultimate dragon lord with his first off hardcore of undead. Good call. His undead horde, not horde, his undead legions, regimented legions, overrunning armies, grabbing followers, like you said, of like, hey, you want freedom, you want like, because here's how my governance would have worked, right? I would have, like, let's say I take over a town, right? Here's what I tell the town: I am going to secure the roads from like bandits and stuff. That's already going to happen, so trade will flourish regardless. If you want protection for the town it's proper from bandits, monsters, whatever else, I will provide that if you pay, this type of like tax system I'm developing. If you don't, there's no punishment for it. I just won't come to save you unless you're up to date on your taxes. Taxes are not crazy. They're based on your production rate. Like it's all sliding scales. It's like it's extremely fair. You can become part of this or not. Totally up to you. I'm not gonna like force this upon you. But if you don't, you're on your own. That's it. That's the whole deal. Oh, and don't like don't try to like screw me. I will take action against that. I think that would be obvious, but like you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. You want my protection? Great, pay into it. You're not? All right. Roads are going to be good because I want the people I am protecting to be able to trade. So I'm going to be taking care of the roads anyway. And there are huge areas of this place that the roads are not taken care of, and we're fighting bandits constantly. Like all the time, there's bandits and monsters, and like all the roads are garbage. No security whatsoever. So you're like, no wonder everything sucks and there's no trade and no one's growing and all the towns are tiny and like even the fortresses aren't that big by like even historical standards, not even that big. Yeah, right, pays taxes. It's like again, they're not crazy taxes, and that just goes to help fuel me take like assume more of the Dragonlands and make them mine and make them more flourishing for trade. So it's actually a true voluntary tax system, unlike what we have in the US, which is technically a voluntary tax system, except if you don't voluntarily pay into it, they get you on tax evasion. So, about that. Oh, and my governance came with no laws, except don't mess with the roads, I guess. Like don't be a bandit. Don't don't raid people on the road, I guess would be like the only law. I have no other laws. You are self-governed. You deal with your own stuff however you want to rule yourself, go for it. I would have probably ended up I would have probably ended up with my own town that I kind of took over as my base of operations. But that still would have been very hands off. It would have been very basic stuff. What about explosives? Now, don't mess with trade. Don't mess with people on the roads. Period. Don't attack people, don't steal with people. Don't mess with the road. Skeletons are going to be on the road, and they have very specific instructions. Anything damaging the roads, anything damaging other people. That's very wide. How much would it take to take out Skelly Man? So they had. I mean, it depends on what level I am because their HP goes up as I level up, and I can give them better equipment. So, like at level 8, they had like 20. It was like low 20s HP. Like they actually had about as much HP as me. Hilariously, it was like between some. It was somewhere between 18 and 24. I know that. Yeah, something along those lines. So yeah, I was poised for world domination, and then I get dunked in lava. World domination that was not very dominating and would have led to like a golden age. Well, glass cannons, except for the fact that, like I said, I can give them better armor. As I got more resources, I could have equipped them with better and better armor. Like, sure, 20 HP, or really, like, by the time I got to, like, world domination, I would have been something like level, like, 12 or something like that, so that would have been closer to, like, 35 HP. 35 HP doesn't seem like a lot, until it's behind, like, AC 20, and there's a bunch of them, and they're shooting you with guns. Like, sure, clerics would have been like definitely a resistance point, but Dragonlance didn't have that much religion to begin with. Like to the point that not everyone immediately realizes that our cleric is a cleric. Yeah, and you're taking 1k damage a turn. Yeah, exactly. Like, we've seen military formations that upon basic calculations, my skeletons at the time could have wiped them out in nearly one turn. And again, this is just skeletons. This is not any and all champions I have or free warriors fighting with my cause. That's just my skeleton. It's also not me. Like that is my baseline of military power. That's not the extent of it. Like also part of my plan was that so our paladin is sworn to one of the dragon lords, but He's like a benevolent dictator that, like, for the most part, like, my character actually met him. Like, my necromancer met him. He's not that bad. He's generally doing good things. I only have like small like policy issues with him, really. So he was pretty low on the list. So at minimum, my paladin would have been like with me, guaranteed for most of this whole process. Well, here's the thing: the larger my skeleton army is, what the other guy? Oh no, he was a benevolent dictator. Like he had the sense where he had generally good policies, but they were dictatorial. He was very centralized. Um, he was like a warlord that wasn't a bad person, if that makes sense. Um, like I could put him low on my list. I could deal with that. He was on the list because he was one of the other dragon lords, but he was low on the list. So here's the thing with necromancy, right? There is a big trade-off in the sense that the larger your skeleton horde gets, the less of your spells you actually have. The only spells you're guaranteed to have are level 2 and lower, because everything after that ends up being used to maintain your control over your skeletons, because you have to use your your spells more. The thing is, though, I can release control of my skeletons and then the next day be able to pull off bonkers nonsense. Or my GM was open to research, so there was always the chance I could eventually research ways of permanent control over undead, or an experiment I wanted to do was find a way to raise undead with their original soul, because currently my undead were they were just bone puppets of my will, right? Raise them with their original soul and allow them to serve and fight for a cause they believe in of their own free will, and they are free-willed skeletons, basically. Because there are people like that. They would be like, I I serve even in death type of deal. Yeah, I would become like a living Hades, yeah. Which would eventually become immortal because of course I'm gonna look for ways of stretching my own lifetime out. And not to maintain control forever, because if you noticed, I'm not even maintaining that much control. I'm not doing anything with it. I would just want to like do my own stuff. But I want the world to be better without taking away people's independence. Because I and my character believe in the liberal capitalism that created the West, the marketplace of ideas, where ideas can try and fail in large quantity to find the best ideas and make them into something, which you just can't do with centralized control. You can't get those same results with centralized control. And that's why centralized control has tried for 200 years and failed to bring down the US. Well, the Anglo-American hegemony, if you will, because it started in England, actually. That line is not very clean. I'm gonna have to clean that up. I am gonna color, like, what's the word? Tint shift some of this, anyway, to get the non-metallic metal aspect a bit more real looking. Any more? I missed. There was a stretch. Oh, I mean, if you hit the button, it literally didn't come through. My activity feed shows nothing. Oh, the switch with the hydrate. Oh, that was a while ago. Actually, the hydrate didn't go in the activity feed either. Oh, let me try refreshing. Because I remember the hydrate. There it is. Okay, my activity feed wasn't updating. I have it now. Yeah. Also, your name now is potato colored. It's like brown for me. It's like a slightly yellowish brown. Most of the time it's yellow for me. Though I've had it other colors before. I think when you set your color, that only counts for public chat. I don't think that counts for me. Because I've seen you yellow. You're usually yellow for me, but I've also seen you blue. I've seen you brown. I've seen you like a bunch of different colors. Yeah. Because I'm not using the standard Twitch channel screen. I'm using the stream manager to watch the chat. Like, I'm using that, which is, not the normal thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure it was yesterday your name was Blue. I'd have to, I have to check. It's in the VODs, whatever color it was. I should not clean up this white line yet because it's not sharp enough. It should be more. It should be more brighter. Problem is that my white is very thin to begin with, and I really need it thick to do this efficiently. Else I'm doing it a bunch of times, and it's usually spreading out, and it's not being very cooperative. All my whites. I have several. I have 3 different whites. I have 3 different white paints that are all roughly matte white, like clean white, and they're all very thin. So now, with that necromancer dead and gone, and not able to come back. Actually, it's not completely true. My GM admitted that he had an idea because he does want to do a future campaign in the Plague Lands where my character originated from, and would be open to trying to mess with the idea of, what did he say? Some kind of I had a backup copy basically of myself, and playing with that. He'd be open to that. He wouldn't care about the canon consequences of that. So who knows? Maybe we can have another round at trying to conquer Dragonlands, or maybe I'll do the Plaguelands. Who knows? But yeah. Now my character's ambition with Pallet, the Warforged Bard. Now his ambitions are he wants to buy an airship and actually own it is truly his, and he wants to then fly the world and see as much as he can and paint as much as he can and go from there and just be able to go around, do adventures, do jobs, and paint whatever he sees. So his big priority right now is getting a lot of gold. That's what he's after. Lots of gold. No. The sword really did not have a sharp enough, like, spine, like, edge. Sup, former? You just missed the longest D&D conversation. We're talking about D&D for, like, nearly 2 hours. Hey, former, I want to throw some D&D questions at you, right? Adult dragon. Let's say a white dragon. How much would you say an adult dragon can lift? Like, off the ground to standing position? Yes. Okay. Would you say lifting is the thing you would use to determine how much weight they can carry while flying, or do you think it's probably less than their lift? I like how Informer's imagination dragon just picks up mountain, moves mountain. Dragon's stomach serves as bag of holding. Okay, let's say it's something he can't get into his stomach. Like, there's no version of getting it in his stomach. Like, that's not actually the thing is larger than his stomach, including both openings. Because I did just watch that episode of Vox Machina last night. It was glorious. Tower and Necron tier, false. Story time over. False, story time over. No, I am table. I don't like how this is going. Not the conversation, the paint. You don't exist. Okay. Yes, I'm a deepfake AI. I'm one of the AI streamers. I'm the one that was set to do painting. Okay, Binards are gonna come on my GF. You have a GF? I call no, I know you have a GF. It's like I call sus. I shall maintain my status of no maidens. Because I'm too busy touching grass. Fake grass, as plastic grass with paintbrushes. I'm pretty sure we've seen pictures of his girlfriend. We know she exists. That reminds me, I am not looking forward to Sunday. So I have more handyman work. And if it wasn't wrapping up work I'd already done, I probably wouldn't have even agreed to do it. But it's a job unfinished, so I have to do it. Because the last time really reminded me why I don't do blue collar work anymore. But this time I'll have more logistical help, so should go better. What's Sunday for you? Now, granted, Sunday I start with my D&D game with Palette with the Dragons. So that'll be fun, but immediately after that I have to go do like a handyman job. Which I am getting paid for, but I probably would rather not at this point. But my professionalism demands the job is finished. I think it's not even a question. This white sucks. It's like undoing a lot of my previous work here. Oh yeah, right. Your big Hogwarts Legacy stream. Yeah, I enjoy that. I wish you luck. Hope you get lots of views. I feel like what I should be doing for this is I should just be doing this like I did the Cape and just doing the whole thing in very slight, what do you call it? And not like this. Well, yeah. I don't know. There probably was an easier way of doing this. But I need to at least figure out where I was putting stuff. Sure. Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Sup, Zoviana? Hey, I got D&D talk I gotta get out. Continuously. All day. You there or you working? It's alright if you're working. I just want clarification before I go on. Hmm. I hate people. Uh, okay. D&D Dragon, right? What would you say? Okay, you have like lift, right? Your lift capacity. How much would you say would you expect an adult, let's say a white dragon, to lift? I just got off work waiting for food for my app. Oh, cool. Oh, I would love IHOP. I actually can eat from IHOP because they have a full gluten-free menu. Like most, like basically everything they make, you can get gluten-free options. I'm very excited for me. Been a while. What is this song? Adult white. Also, would we recommend? Not recommend. Would we agree that lifting is like the amount that you could theoretically take from the ground and put up standing, like up to standing position? Oh, just period. And would you say those are like two different ones, and the ground one's probably more than that, right? Go ahead, I'm expecting a bit while I get ready for work. You got it, Mike. 1250 pound for flying, 5,000 for ground. That's lowballing. Okay. So earlier we calculated based on the rules in like the basic rules for carrying capacity, right? A dragon should be able to lift under normal circumstances, like 2,100 pounds or something like that, or 2,200 pounds. I have a combo with my Warforged Bard that will place me upon said dragon while they are flying, and then become just under or just over 3,700 pounds. Because turns out a dull weight dragon only has 22 strength. Now, granted, they are a huge creature, but still, that only quadruples the calculation. So it's like times, it says 22 times 120. Yeah, I'm realizing now how I should have done this, and I feel kind of like an idiot. There's a much easier way of doing all of this. I did this like the longest way possible. So would you say that should definitely ground that dragon? Oh, I don't care if he can walk, really. I care if he can fly. Because uh we have an absurd amount of damage output in melee. So really, and my guy doesn't do a lot of damage anyway. He's crowd control. And a lot of his stuff he could probably still do while holding on to the dragon, I think. Some of it, anyway. Because I'm a bard. Actually, because of how I do my spells, well, maybe not. But anyway, just forcing the dragon onto the ground and thus in smacking range of my allies is probably all the contribution they need from me. Like we have a mounted combat paladin, a cleric, an artificer, and a dwarven fighter. Some of our guys have guns. This is true. However, that doesn't mean that they're accurate or have actually that long of range. So, situation is, yeah, right. Here's the situation. We came across a bridge, and middle of the road, a little farther in front of us, is a dull white dragon sleeping, surrounded by like his small horde of kobolds. The kobolds are not really a massive issue, but I don't want to like dimension door to the middle of them. So my idea is, first off, before we engage, put on all my actual gear because my guy doesn't normally carry all of his gear. Uh, he keeps in a cart because he has a bunch of stuff to change his appearance that other stuff would actually get in the way of because of details. Anyway, so puts on all of his stuff he can carry, which puts him up to like 400 something pounds. We engage. Dragon goes into the sky. I then dimension door onto his back. I then spend one turn just trying to hold on to him, like between the dimension door turn and then the next turn. The next turn, then I use enlarge reduce on myself, and I enlarge, which makes me large and multiplies my weight by 8, which makes me 3,744 pounds. I think it is. Because I'm a heavy boy. And I should be good for holding on to dragon because again, if we can choose if we're engaging. So if we, I'm literally gonna start the session with Pallet, my bard, asking the group, are we consciously attacking this dragon? If so, give me, give me a minute, not even to prepare. And he's going to grab all his gear, put it on, and then cast enhance ability on himself for bull strength, and then ask the cleric for guidance. So he'll have advantage on strength checks and D4 he can throw on that as well. And he just has to hold on for one round. And then by my estimation, that dragon should be stuck. Man, this is insane. Well, Sophiana brought up a good point. There's a potential for rules in regard to quadrupedal, which I should probably look up. Quadrupedal carrying capacity. Oh, there is no such rule in 5e. By definition, or by default, a creature strength 6 can carry 90 pounds because pseudo dragon and tiny there does have the 45. That's a D&D Beyond forms. Yeah, no. Apparently in 5e there is no such quadrupedal rule. There's and this DM is usually pretty rules as written. So like I did factor for him being huge, but that's it. That's all that should be applied. That's fair. Well, I mean, yeah, because Pathfinder's 3.5 expanded, which 3.5 is already very rules heavy. Let's show my DM next time the bard like fighter through a silver at me. Alright. Here's the problem I'm running into. It's just like some of these lines need to be very faded and gradienting, and some of them need to be really sharp. I'm having a really hard time getting sharp lines today. I'm also still not entirely sure how to get this to then turn around and sell the whole non-metallic metal aspect of it either. Though I also still haven't put in a lot of like, or re-put in a lot of the brightest aspects. I think what I probably should have done is just made it somewhat non-metallic metal and then just draw in the highlight lines. I don't know. Well, that makes things weird. Thanks, Potato. Oh, you know what? Blame reincarnation? Oh boy. Reincarnation makes things fun. Okay, I'm adding flow improver to the white to get rid of surface tension. That might help me get some of these lines sharper. Sharper. What did I say? Shard. Yeah. Okay, the flow improver helped a lot. I don't know why I didn't do that earlier. It's not like I've didn't know about that. Yo, that's a raid. The Rohirrim's riding. Thank you for the raid from Risky Paints. Let's get a shout out for you. Let's see if the new command works. Nice. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream, Risky? What were you up to? What were you painting? I'm assuming painting. I mean, you could have been playing something, I guess. What was the stitch to pull that out of the early 2000s? And don't mind me, I'm just losing my mind on this vibe check of a sword. Top shelf raid alert that gets the Risky Paint splav approval. Oh, are you calling us top shelf? Why, thank you. I like to think so. The sword isn't there yet, but we'll get there. Just splat not quite on the model, if you don't mind. That would be bad, considering he's white. But yeah, for the new people, I am basically tabletop. You can call me Table, and I am a commission painter. And I am currently losing my mind on this bloody commission that this is the last guy, the con, but for reference, that was the whole commission. It's been a thing. Spending some orcs for a commission, finish up some Burning Boys, and the orc war boss thing with a big power claw. Very nice. Also, my music just crashed. Oh, first time today, so that's not too bad, seeing we're, what, 3 hours in? Sure, we'll go with it. Actually, let's jump to this. Very nice. Oh, we do have a Discord if you want to drop some pics of the stuff you were painting, and we can take a look at them on stream. Thanks, Potato. I thought you had given up on trying to become a mod. It's a very long running joke. Oh yeah, right. That's why I got the weight off my thing. I gotta fix that bit. Oh, that's just your default? Fair enough. Sure thing, just about to take some photos to complete stuff. Very nice. Yes. Get in there. Also, we do have a self-promotion channel, so feel free to throw in there whenever you go live. And, yeah, have fun with the peeps. I gotta get more memes in there, I think. I'm still trying to figure out if I should be, for these, like, craft waves, if I should have them sharp or if I should make them gradients a bit more. Well, I guess on the actual things, they are pretty sharp. I found Discord bot automatically announces when a person goes live. Yeah, I've seen a couple of those used by other people. I don't have the time right now. We can add that to the list, though. Yeah, I know I have to do it. I was finishing what I was doing. It is on the list. It shall be done in like a couple months. I'll let all that speak for itself, as I would just be repeating it otherwise. But it is fun. You've seen some pretty insane stuff go through that. Nerf gun, yeah, Nerf gun with the logo. That happened on the last guy. He also had Converses and UV reactive fishnet also occurred. Hmm. How should I do the power nodule? I don't think this is done yet. It's getting there. I mean, from a distance it looks cool, but I think when you get up closer, it kind of falls apart pretty quick. And you complete 40k? Alright, let's go. Alright. Oh, it didn't do the thing. There we go. Alright. Oh. These are quite nice. Very good. The squigs, especially. Nice job on the skin. Yes. Yeah. Clean, but rugged way. I like it. This guy especially. This guy's really good. Like the whole head. I like how you have the discoloration slightly of the skin where the grafting happened. That's very cool. Nice. I approve. You have the I don't have an official stamp of approval. I approve. That's what you get. Yeah, they do look very good. Well done. So the earrings in the left ear I didn't do. Dude, that always happens, man. You take a picture, and like, no, I forgot a thing. What's up with YouTube? Why? Do I have too much stuff open again? I don't think so. I don't actually have that much stuff open. Alright, well, at least it skipped quicker. Anyway. How legible paint splat? You know, maybe. I feel like I'm really missing something fundamental with this sword. So, for explanation as to what's going on with this sword, this guy's generally being painted non-metallic metal. So, like, you know, you got non-metallic metal there on the hilt, on the backpack thing. So tassels, I think, came out fantastic. So it's supposed to be non-metallic metal. The client also wants like the handcrafted wavy thing, like the pseudo Damascus steel, because in the lore, White Scar's swords are made by hand by master craftsmen of Mundus Planus. Like a thousands of years, like 10,000 year plus like tradition of like since Jagatai Khan, a tradition of this, like these bloodlines of master craftsmen make all their sword blades. So I want something like that, while I'm also trying to do a non-metallic meld. And I feel like I'm just flat out missing something on this. Like, I'm not sure if it's because I can't quite seem today to get sharp enough lines, or if something should be more contrast or more fluid. Maybe I just need to like work on making everything sharper. Maybe everything's just too messy. Maybe. So Risky, if you're still there, you do commission painting. What do you play? Personally, I play Raven Guard. His vicious name potatoey approval. I just saw that. Oh boy, my white leg drained down into the flow improver like puddle. I think that white might be dead. Or you know what? I think the light areas should be brighter. Just a period. I should fade them up to be way brighter. I think that's it. Yes, sir, I don't play at all, really. Painting is the hobby for me. Personal projects, more ogres for AOS, Ultramarines for Horus Heresy, late Germans for IGA, and IGA for bolt action. Oh, nice. Wait, is that? Nice. A few examples of my personal army. Intercessor Sergeant, which I do a very tribal Raven Guard. As in, it's not just a sergeant. Literally, like all the dudes I do now are tribal in some way. I'll be mixing some Administratum Gray and White Scar in a minute, if that counts. And Palace Sculpture and Bust otherwise. Oh, nice. I decided the servitor models were stupid, so I made some servitors of my own. That was rather low. Oh yeah, it was like kind of quiet. But that one is kind of quiet in general, and I've already. I mean, true. That one's about the right volume for it to be. I mean, I can see if the music is a low loud. Hold on, I gotta move stuff. Oh yeah, no, I can turn the music down and then pull everything up. Actually. Oh wait, right. I moved that over here. Hold on. Actually was doing a little bit of audio messing around. Okay, hit a sound alert now. Still trying to find the right balance for all this. Like four or 5 months later. That seems pretty good. 5 o'clock, huh? Still another hour till dinner. Everyone, getting late over there in the UK. Hope a great rest of your stream. Hope to catch you again soon. You got rescue. You gotta go take care of yourself. Go do it. Have a great one. Thanks for popping in and sharing your stuff. It was very cool. I guess I'm not the only one with an alert to get back. Yeah, yeah. I got that pretty early on. I know. I'm blending. I am making the next paint. Silence, Sophiana. I refuse in this late stage to get jump scared. It's too late, Sophiana. Doing this for too long. Yeah, the emotional damage is that I'm still doing this. Excuse me, YouTube. I was enjoying that. Why are you having troubles again? Yes, I agree. I'm about to scream too. Ah, I'd say it just I'm I agree. Okay, I feel like we're getting closer. Like, this is looking better. We're getting there. Little by little. Alright. Man, this is the most I've used a mesh stratton gray in a long time. I don't use this color very often. Oh, you kill me on a streamer's choice. Okay. Time for a break. Break for you or break for me? Yes. It's not a break for me. I gotta figure out what I'm talking about now. Okay, story. Let's talk about, uh... I should really have, like, stories prepped. Okay. Hand me a potty break, and when I come back, I will speak on the newest lore developments with Vashtor the Arcaphane and the Arcs of Omen, which I don't think I've talked about with you two yet, particularly. Thank you. I will return momentarily. I shall also hydrate. Alright. That's what I need. I figured out the sword. I know how I'm doing it. Now, Vashtor the Arcaphane. Yeah, shamrock milk. Is that milk with Irish, like scotch in it? Oh, like Irish whiskey. Or is it just green? Probably the best milk out there. Alright. I can't really do milk, so I wouldn't really know. Alright, so Vashtor the Arcaphane. So, here's how this kind of went down. Abaddon is watching Warp TV, the news network. Now, he has this thing on the Vengeful Spirit that allows him to, like he was watching a bunch of TV stations, future events based on the Warp. And while he's doing that, stuff on the Vengeful Spirit starts going weird. And so he grabs some of his elite Terminator dudes, his bodyguard, and they go try to like find out what's going on. They find these like cultists doing some weird nonsense that is not anything that was approved of. And then before they could do anything about it, is summoned Vashtor the Arcaphane onto the ship. And Vashtor goes, Abaddon, I am here with a deal to offer. Vashtor is a warp entity. You could call him a demon, but he is not like the other demons. He does not come from any of the 4 Chaos Gods. Vashtor is the ruler of the Soul Forges, which is where all the demon weapons and engines are made. Vashtor, unlike most demons, does not do monkey paw deals. He is very straightforward. So he offers Abaddon a deal. I will help you with your long war against the Imperium. And in return, you're going to help me ascend to become the 5th Chaos God. Eventually, Abaddon agrees, and it's based upon the 2 of them teaming up to search out and possess these artifacts scattered across the galaxy. Because everything in 40k is based on MacGuffins sooner or later. To do this, Vashtor gathers these Space Hulks. For Potato's benefit, a Space Hulk is what happens in the warp, where FTL is also like they use traveling through the warp, the hellscape, as FTL, and ships get lost in there all the time. And as their empty wrecks are floating through the warp, occasionally they'll run into each other and end up merging. And that keeps happening until you have these massive conglomerates, like the size of small moons. And they're referred to as Space Hulks. They're incredibly difficult to deal with if an enemy faction has manned one, because you can't tell where anything is without going into it. Like, you can't clearly tell where are the power generators, or where the weapons ammo comes from, or where the helm is, or multiple helms, or anything. Like, it's a complete absolute mess. So generally the best way of dealing with them, like the actual best way, like the Imperium's go-to way, is contacting Space Marines and being like, hey, can you shove some Terminators in there to just break everything until the ship stops shooting everything, basically. And it's usually filled with either the 3 classics are demons, gene stealers, or orcs. Those are the 3 classic factions that use Space Hulks. All three of which are very dangerous in melee combat, so that's why they use Terminators. Because Terminators are super heavy elite infantry. And the only thing that Terminators are really weak to is getting outmaneuvered, and good luck outmaneuvering them in a ship's, hallway. So Vashtor gets these space hulks and starts turning them into capital ships by giving them legitimately good upgrades, standardized across the board that just have really practical good upgrades, which is interesting for Chaos because Chaos usually it's very like double-edged swords and monkey paws, like I kind of inferred earlier. No, Vastor is literally made out of like the ambition of engineers and scientists and researchers. Like he is very practical. So he does that, and he sends them off to find these Arcs of Omen. Sorry, these are the Arcs of Omen, and sends them off to find the MacGuffins. And they end up going out and picking fights with like everybody. With the Imperium, with the Mechanicus, with Voton, with Tyranids, with Tau, with Eldar, with Dark Eldar. But they're working because some of their upgrades, like one of them makes them all like basically miniature Chaos Astronomicons. So other Chaos ships see them as a presence in the warp and attracts them to them. So they end up wolf packing with a bunch of other Chaos ships. So a bunch of other Chaos warbands join up with them. So like there's if I remember correctly, it's like there's a Mars Forge World Graia, which is getting attacked by Arc of Omen, as well as a bunch of Night Lords because they saw the Arc of Omen and decided to get in on the kill. Like stuff like that. I am going to hard refresh YouTube here. And that's kind of where that stands now. Like that's the most recent thing that's going on. So that and Angron. Angron is back and he can't really be banished, but we don't have like a lot of details on that yet. Or at least until people get the World Eater's Codex, we don't have a lot of like hard details on that besides that. So my current plan is focusing on I keep doing a bad job there. The color transition from light to dark, and then I'll go back to the waves again because I need for this to actually look right, this needs to like actually be like a good metal light transition. And then the waves, and then some like hard light sheens on it, I think. It's actually light transition is starting to look pretty good, but I need the I need some of I need a lighter still. Okay, I think ironically, actually, like doing wash like glazes over the waves is kind of like pulling us together. It's starting to look like what it probably should look like. It's very close. I feel like this is very close to where we want to actually. Now, should there be a hard light sheen across like around here-ish? Yeah? Okay. Yeah, okay, that looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Put a little one up here. Nope, I need it more angled. More angle. More angle! It's gonna lose my mind. Wonder how many of these MacGuffins have Necron A certain Necron Collect has. Oh, they have. I don't know who owns it. I don't remember, but they did attack a Necron Tomb World. Oh, they've also attacked several planets that are currently are currently in the process of being consumed by a Tyranid. So they're fighting Tyranids too. Like they've picked a fight with everybody, basically. As Chaos does, yeah. Well, they don't usually do it all at once in the same movement. Like this is just the Black Legion and Voshtar's like demon engines, and then any other chaos like hanger-ons that decide to jump in, but no one like like officially, you know. So from this distance, this looks great. It's just when you get a bit closer, it starts falling apart. You know what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make these like dark areas darker and make their waves a little bit more present. But we are on the right path here. This is pretty good. I just need to make the contrast a little harder, you know? Guess SML stuff I need to soften a little bit, but yeah, this is the right direction. Or stretch out the gradient a bit more anyway. Hmm. I think I think we're there. Mm, I want to make the white a little smoother. Yeah, you guys can't really tell from the camera, but the white's a little like physically rough. Okay, what remains on this side is the not power node thing. I need this blue to be a little bit darker. That's what's missing here. Yep, just another pass away, and I think the lighting will be good. Hmm. Did I mess it up with lighting, or does lighting look good? It's funny. Super thin black, very easy to draw super fine with. Very thin white, yeah, so much. Yep, see? Alright, now I just have to do this a second time with a lot less leeway. Or, well, it's in shadow, so it actually probably will be a lot subdued. Hmm. I need a new sheet, honestly. Oh, actually, it's after 6. Time for meal break. So that's actually a good time to break. Hopefully in I think roughly an hour or so I can knock out the back end of the sword because I kind of know what I'm going for now. And yeah, should be and because most of it's darkened, so it'll be very subtle for the most part. And then the bird, which I don't think will take me a massive amount of time. It's mostly just making like a golden brown, you know, sequence of stuff. Talons and beak and everything seem to be black. There's a little bit of a mechanical eye there, but whatever. We'll be testing that on the wing. I really don't think it'll be a big deal. But I am gonna go have my dinner, or really my lunch, but everyone else calls it dinner. And then we shall continue. Just popping a new sheet on the palette. Alright, back in a few. Alright. Camera's working. Very good, very good. I am back. We'll break over. Return to working on this blade. And then the Birb. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're good. We're I need to stop second guessing myself. So flattening out my palette here. It's now a fresh sheet, so I have actual room to like blend this properly. So I'm gonna get a Ministratum Gray and I'm gonna stripe out the main areas. Like start at the brace area first and work my way down to just place where. Actually, no, I'll keep doing it as I've been doing it, which is starting with the shade areas, work my way up. On some of this. So actually probably doesn't really apply to the spine here, I just realized. So we'll just pull a lot of this off. It has begun. Intimation with coming across the south. Oh, just wash and paint dry. Best part of the stream, always. That's like almost the right angle. I think this one's a little too sharp. Around there-ish, I think? Yeah, it seems about right. Okay, so I should really probably just wait for those to dry entirely. And I guess just keep softening them. Well, I feel like the bomb needs to be softened a little bit right here. Yeah, when I said I'd let him fully dry, I lied. I never actually do that. Pretty much. Sibsa, I have awaited D for due to the pushing. Half Lurk while gamer again today? Alright. Well then you shall listen. uh Through the prodding of previous chat, based on the rules as written, just finished 4 hours. Yeah, yeah, the usual. We have determined that my dragon grounding combo with my bard might not just ground the dragon, might just squish it. Because rules as written, a Dullway dragon can lift like 20, what was it? Just over 2,100 pounds, something like that. Or 2,400 pounds. Somewhere in that range, between 21 and 2,400 pounds, we'll say. Um, when I hit enlarge while riding it by holding on to it for my dear life, I will suddenly become 3,744 pounds. I don't think that dragon's getting back up, at least into the air, anyway. Oh, also, sword. Ta-da! That took a long time. If I could just get through this without hitting the cape at all, that would be brilliant. I'd love it so much. Okay. You know what? Next, let's hit the highlights. And then we'll do the little sheens and see what's left, actually. So, Sunday during my game is going to be fun. The rest of my Sunday is going to be pretty meh. So, I'll be doing more handyman work for some reason. No, it's just apparently there's some follow-up work on the last time I did it. Just last time was a solid reminder of why I don't do that work anymore. So, yay. What even is this? What's happening here? I just ah layers, man, painting layers, but not like layers of paint, layers of mini in my way. I just can't get the brush to go in there nicely. Okay, jeez. I just realized my camera has like drifted way down, so you guys couldn't see anything. Brilliant. Okay. Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna do a whole lot in the way of trying to make it look wavy from the back. I think after a little bit of cleanup after I did the power node, that's basically good enough. I mean, this conveys what the client wanted for the most part, so I think that's good. Now I'll just be there, because it's like I got 3 hours to paint a bird after I do another lightning effect. So really, I have like 2.5 hours to paint a bird to stay on schedule. So I'm grabbing Lothern blue and Cantor blue, and I'm gonna mix them a bit to get something kind of in the middle, more or less. I don't really know what the physics exactly of a lightning interrupting a bit of shine, but we're just gonna roll with it. So I think I'm past the point of being bothered at this point. Unless if someone in chat knows what would happen if you have a plate generating a lightning burst, and what that looks like in relation to the shine is otherwise interrupting. What you playing, Si? You playing more RimWorld? I think that's the sword done. I think we're gonna call it there on the sword. The bird begins. Thank God. Okay. So, as black continues to be the easiest color to work with in precision, I'm gonna be doing all the other stuff first. So, actually be putting the main mini aside for the time being. I'm picking up yonder wing. I'm gonna be figuring out how we're gonna be doing this, as I don't have much in the way in like really warm browns, I guess. At least not ones that immediately lend themselves as such. I kind of want to try, actually. Here we go. Let's try this. Oh, wait for it to dry and then give it a second coat. I just realized Red Bear got here quick, because he was like, he really wanted to watch. He was telling me last night he really wanted to watch me paint the bird. Well, the bird is now happening. Alright, so that was 2 layers of Kislev flesh. Now I'm going to throw on Agrax Art Shade. I kind of just want to see what that looks like. And while that's drying, I'm going to work on his glove that the eagle's sitting on, because that needs some work. I don't think there's necessarily going to be a fast and easy way of doing the bird, but... Oh, that was apparently not very dry, but we'll see how it goes anyway. Maybe that will show something of worth later when it dries. Anyway, I need Bestigor flesh. Because we're redoing the fur on the back of the cape, but on the frill of the glove. So I'm pretty sure this is the recipe. Yeah, oh yeah, it was Bestigor flesh. Oh yeah, there's a little skull down here. I keep forgetting about that. Quiet Friday overall. Like yesterday was way more active. Hmm. At least tomorrow will be pretty good. Or actually, well, questionable. With it being the weekend, this is probably actually why it's so quiet. It's the weekend before Valentine's Day, I just realized. So that might be a thing. what if the frill just hasn't dried all the way, or if I did the sequence wrong or something? It definitely was best to go flush, right? Yeah. Probably just need to dry the rest of the way. I can always pop a little like Agrax or something along the rim there. That makes perfect sense to me. But also, I just realized I can finally mount this guy in his base. Which, is it just me, or does his sword not actually meet the ground? Or do I have this wrong? Where's my reference pick? Uh, it kind of looks like they just assumed you were... No, it's definitely... Hmm. Okay, so I filed the foot down, so it's definitely like flat. There's no like glue residue or anything. I gotta brush that clean. As I'm sure Sai would not appreciate me blowing basically into the mic. Make sure it's not actually like paint making this too narrow here, despite all my filing down of the peg in, like on his foot. Specifically so I wouldn't have to do this, but I suppose it's also possible my client just assembled him with his arms angle off. I feel it's just above it. I suppose it's low enough you wouldn't really notice, and I can actually angle it. I can push the angle further. Just a little bit. It gets really close. Alright. Well, that's a thing. See, it's weird because they don't have that much basing material on their base. They actually have probably less than I do. So I'm not really sure what went wrong here. Yeah, I got no idea. But man, does that look great. Not done yet, but looks good. Back to our wing. I don't think this really got us anywhere we wanted to go, to be honest. Hmm. I have a feeling I'm gonna end up just having to, like, blend this whole thing. Need to start with like a little bit of brown and black mix. I have ideas. Okay, I tried adding flow improver so it wouldn't, like, coffee stain, but that doesn't seem to have worked. In fact, it seems like somehow its surface tension adhesion got worse. I wonder if it's because it's ink. Yeah, I tried mixing the skin tone ink with some black paint, and it's not really going my way. All right, here's what we're gonna do. Start dark and then go light. This is what we do with the cape. It's one big cape, except it's browns and yellows. Yeah, I'm assuming this is because of Valentine's Day, because no one is here. Because morphing brown takes forever to dry. Back to working on the gauntlet, I guess. Glue should be dry enough to do stuff again. Alright, well, let all that dry completely before the next step. I'm gonna go back to the wing where it needs another coat of brown because we want this totally even before we start messing with it. And glove's an example of where I wish I had a brown ink, like an actually brown ink. Skin tone is kind of reddish brown. I want like hard brown, and the best I got is just a whole crap load of Agrax. And that's what I got. I suppose I could make a wash out of the Mornfing brown, but it's not dark enough for what I want. I'm pretty certain it's gonna require multiple passes of Agrax to get like the brown I want out of it. Oh, maybe I won't need multiple layers of Agrax. It actually seems to be doing just what I want, just fine. Well, we'll see when that thing's fully dried. Alright, right. Okay. I'm gonna get a lot of yellow on my palette. Be mixing. All I have are like sandy brown colors. I got nothing with yellow in it. I'm trying to make like biological gold. Okay, I thought I'd be a lot closer to Waterfang, but I guess not. Oh, I'm way out of frame. So, guy, it's true that custodians is com I'm gonna assume comparable to a space marine as a space marine is to a human guardsman. Uh, Pretty close. Yeah. You have stories of custodians being able to take on multiple space marines at once without a massive amount of difficulty, and even named characters of custodians taking on double-digit space marines simultaneously and coming out on top. There were custodians that could go toe-to-toe with Primarchs, actually. Yeah, nice. I am Birb. That's my status. We are on the Birb. Though at the same time, though, custodians and space marines are also hard to practically compare because they fight completely differently. Space marines fight as a unit, uh, tactically speaking. Custodians fight as individual warriors, which can be to their benefit and their detriment, honestly. Yeah, Valorous, yeah. Captain General is the full name of that rank, but yeah, he's nuts. I think it was Valorous that there's a part in one of the Alpha Legion books where he's sparring with Alfarius and holding his own. San Custodia's army? Oh, cool. Well, yeah, I guess they're super elite, so you really don't need many of them. If anything, most of your money's going to go towards like Forge World tanks and flyers. Well, not really flyers anymore, but tanks anyway. I remember in 8th edition where Custodians were a tank army because their tank and also their flyer actually were both like extremely good. That was interesting. Engram has two head options, screaming and closed mouth. Oh, that's cool. I did not know that. His closed mouth kind of looks like Hellboy. Oh yeah, I can see that. That's funny, dude. I love Hellboy actually. I haven't thought about Hellboy in a while, but man, I love those movies. That character is so good. Let's see. Oh yeah, his close head does look a bit like Hellboy. Not bad. Not a bad sculpt, honestly. Messed up with D&D? How so? Like I know the whole OGL thing was going on, but that they pulled back on that. Last I knew. Oh, I lost my reference image. There we go. So apparently hired people who hate its fan base. I mean, that's seems to be the norm these days. I mean, apparently the writers for the last couple Witcher seasons don't like the original content, like the yeah, the original content. Actively dislike it. Trying to figure out a way of bring this all together. And I feel like all needs to be way lighter, but also more like orange-y. Maybe I do need to actually mix some orange in there. This to make some more flesh tone again. It might also be that I haven't highlighted yet. Maybe I should try highlighting it first. See what it looks like then. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it comes off as very white. Get a little bit more yellow in there. This could go smoother. This could go a lot smoother. That is actually worse. Alright, cool. Again, I got too close to the flow improver. Yeah, this is just like liquid. Okay. I have not painted Magnus. I've actually not painted any of the any very large characters. I painted a few vehicles. Um, yeah, just I think the biggest named character I painted was Bjorn the Fell-Handed years ago. I don't have any pictures of that, unfortunately. That was pretty early on. I wasn't really trying to do this as a thing. Um, I was just painting in trade for models at the time. But yeah. Just I keep getting lots of Space Marines. I did Necrons once, but yeah, just getting lots of Space Marines. So I mean, Space Marines don't really have any big guys except like Gilliman, which is only Ultramarines. I've panned some, Red Born, some Space Wolves, these White Scars. Uh, I did a really weird Harlequin order once that I don't. That whole order was just stupid. I don't even want to release the pictures of that. It is bad. Uh, the client had just kind of poor taste, honestly. Not like morally poor taste, just like terrible artistic taste. Like it doesn't look good. Looking back, I don't like it. Dude, who makes a God Emperor Mount Force Harris? How quickly would he sell out? Man, probably pretty quick. If nothing else, because he's probably overpowered. Though I don't think they would release a model because, if nothing else, he never took part. Like, where would his place be in the Horus Heresy game? Well, I don't know how many points anything else is, so I couldn't tell you because I haven't learned Horus Heresy yet. But now I don't think they'll ever come out with a Emperor sculpt, an official one anyway. I think some other people have made sculpts of him, but I don't think GW ever will. That's not quite right either. How many points are the Primarchs? I figure he'd be like if he were to be given a point value, it'd be like a Primarch plus some. Like maybe a Primarch and a quarter. Like 1.25%. 430, Angron is 360. 1,000 points. 1,000 points makes him double, but no, that makes sense to me. I mean, it's hard because like the Emperor can take on Titans. I mean, some of the Primarchs can take on Titans. Man, there's a segment. It was written so well in the Siege of Terra where Sanguinius casually takes down. I think it was like a Reaver or a Warlord Titan, and the narrator literally says this. This is going. This is one of. This is a legend in the making that will be lost amidst all the other legends in the makings happening every moment of this battle. That will be swept aside in the chaos of it or something like that. Like basically, like this is an incredible feat, and it means nothing because no one will notice because so much absolute insanity is happening that no one's able to record anything. Something along those lines. It was very well done. And I think that was only. I think there might have been multiple tie-ins in that actually. It was part of the whole like Sanguinius now can see clearly his fate, so he knows he doesn't die yet, so he just goes nuts in the fighting. Like he just does whatever he wants. This is not helping as much as I thought it would. Man, I don't know how to paint this bird. I don't know, man. I don't know. What do I do? I mean, probably blend this yellow in better. I thought maybe I'd wash it in something, but I think it seems appropriate. And who knows at this point how I'm going to make the rest of the bird match this perfectly when a bunch of these are just off the cuff blends. I got no idea. Strangely enough, this sword that had a bunch of weirdness going on with it, I think seemed conceptually easier than this. This is not going in my favor. The sword, by the way, came out as such. We were finally able to put him on the base. I'm just trying to figure out this bloody bird. It's just, I don't have a lot of great base colors as part of the problem. I don't have warm browns or brown yellows. I have a lot of cool yellows and flesh tones and stuff. Huh. I have a bad idea. Sometimes you just gotta start over. Yeah, this is not going in the right direction. I have a completely new idea. Also, there was no way I was going to replicate that appropriately for like the rest of the bird. This looks terrible. Thankfully, it wouldn't look nothing like this if what I want to do works. So I'm taking the warmest yellow I have, Flash Gets Yellow. I'm going to try to get an opaque layer on this thing, which will take a while, because Flash Gets Yellow is pretty thin. And then wash this in Game Ink Skin Wash, which is a pretty reddish brown wash, and see what happens. Yeah, I have to let it dry. There's too much going on. This is gonna take play forever. Let's see. I suppose while I'm waiting, I could, I guess, work on the head this bit, because a lot of top is just I gotta make black to start, so I can start base coating that, I suppose. Oh yeah, there's some bird here. Great. Brilliant. So good. I almost think I should just airbrush this thing at this point. It's just a test piece. It's separate from everything else. I think I'm gonna do that. Because this is insane. I just want it flat. And promise all the extra paint underneath it. The rest of it's white, so it's not even properly like a good comparison. Cash for Chaos camera's getting a little wonky because for some reason that camera doesn't like my thing going. I don't know, it's weird. Actually, I don't know why I'm using a sable brush for this. This is basically how mana paints, right? It's like this. Alright, that's as good as it's gonna get in that regard. And I have a very yellow hand, that's fine. Whatever. Most of it's probably gonna wash off immediately anyway. Okay, I will clean that properly later. Probably right before I start varnishing this stuff. So now I'm gonna attempt skin wash over it. Let's see what that looks like. I'm gonna try to thin it down a bit first. I don't think it needs to be that strong. Not as strong as skin wash usually is. So I'm gonna pop like a drop of airbrush thinner, like right into it and use that. Okay, well my brush rinse jar now spits out yellow. It's yellow inking stuff, so I actually have to replace that. So I'll be back in a second, because I can't continue with that dyeing everything yellow. Okay, I'm back. Oh man, I'm getting tired. Oh. Alright, so we have our yellow wing. And right over here we have the ink in the center. I don't think it's thin enough. I'm also gonna have to be very, like, guiding with this wash, I think. Or maybe not. I think because I thinned it out so much, it's kind of just going right where you'd want it. I'm just gonna slather on a bunch more. The main problem is that I actually want darker on the top. Well, I want some of it darker on top. I want, like, the back here darker, and I want, like, these feather tips down here darker. That might have to be subsequent stuff. Hey, Antoine. What's up? How are you doing? Not much, mostly burned down GW's pricing. I'd hear they were going through a price hike, but I haven't really looked into it at all. But fair enough. I mean, you got recasters and stuff, so I don't know if you're aware of how to find those, but and the leaks are bad. I've heard that some of those leaks were not true. Like another generally considered more reliable source came out and said some of them were not factual, like the toughness change in the command phase the phase merging, like that. Apparently that's not actually the case, which I'm like, oh good, those are the things I was most concerned about actually. Oh, the price leaks, okay. Yeah, like I said, I've not looked at any of them, so I have no idea. You'd have to tell me. I'm currently trying to figure out how to make gold feathers when I have no appropriate base paints, so I'm trying out like really weird stuff. So min, it's like 12% hike. That is rough. That's what, like, box of 10 Space Marine infantry is like what, $70 now? Or maybe not that much. Maybe it's 65. 65 actually. Still. Miles hour 170 are going to 210. Whoa. Man, it sounds like they accidentally swapped out their price changes with their points changes. Okay, so it is like 60 to 70. Wow. That's kind of nuts. I think I might be going to cheap and fast a lot more often in the future. I mean, not that I've actually bought anything in I don't know how long, but I mean, supposedly my money situation should be improving soon, so that might change. 70 to 85. Yeah, that's some bunkers. Kind of stuck waiting for this to dry as I mean, I guess I continue working on the other headpiece, but like yeah, not a whole lot left to do. It's the bird, the head, and the face. The head being was Hannah's holding, and yeah, I guess I could work on that more while I'm waiting. Like I know exactly how I did the glove. I can just do the glove. It's not a big deal. Combat just going up to 1.8. Oof. Are they sure they really want to do this? You know, right now before, like, as we're leading up to Henry Cavill's whatever his project is. I mean, granted, his project is probably a couple years out, but I mean, oh, you know what they're probably doing? They're probably setting up for the whole 10th edition transition where I don't know if they'll drop prices, but you know, they might just be aware of stuff that we're not. Because that it seems like it's too soon since the last time for it to just purely be market conditions driving that price hike. Yeah, right. What I just said. We're both thinking the same thing. Unless it's just because things have just gone that bad in England because of the whole um oh, we're not going to use Russian oil because of the Ukraine thing, so we're going to do like full green, even though we're not ready to do full green, and now like everything sucks. I don't really know what the situation is like on the ground in England right now. Oh, my airbrush is still on. Eh. Still, they already price hike like almost every other country compared to what they pay. It is just pushing people away. I mean, you're not wrong. Also, GW's not like also not been known for like the best business decisions. They've kind of just been able to rest on the fact that they have such a monopoly, in addition to being propped up by their lore. I swear, indirectly, Black Library is the reason that GW still does remotely as good as it does. I'm seeing going on Etsy and buying Tomb King style mods because I'm sick of GW prices. Then I like Tomb King style. Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, I'm like I said, I'm probably for like Space Marine stuff going forward. I mean, I was already buying. I mean, last time I had like decent money sitting around. I was already buying a lot of third party bits, and I know some recaster sites that I could get good prices on. So like I'll just go to them more often. The only thing I'm likely to buy directly from GW anytime soon, besides like a new Space Marine Codex, is like the Age of Darkness box. Do you know if they increased the price on that? I think that is under star sets, and no. Okay, well then I guess I'm good. That was the only thing I intended on buying directly from GW in the remotely near future. Good, still basically $300. Well, you know, it does have a lot in it, to be fair. It's what, 32 basic infantry, 10 heavy infantry, a dreadnought, a Lord of War, and the Horus Heresy 2.0 rulebook, and a bunch of like, you know, dice stuff and everything or rulers that no one cares about, but you know, whatever. Like it does actually have pretty good value, all things considered. That'll give me my third Contemptor and my first Lord of War, being a Spartan. Also, I think my first Terminator captain. Although, actually, I don't know if that guy's actually in Terminator armor, but he definitely looks like he might be. I don't know why he's so chunky if he's in normal power armor, but anyway. Oh, and I didn't have Cataphracti before that. I have 5 mana normal and 5 Tartarus currently, which I am annoyed they got rid of the difference between those two in Modern 40k. I want my speedy termies back. '40 Mark 6, Tactical Marines, 10 Cataphracti, Praetor, Power Sword, Praetor, Power Axe, and a Dread and a Spartan. And Sparta! And Sparta! Yeah, and in the giant rulebook. Like, I think that's actually fairly good value, all things considered. 52 infantry and 2 large good value vehicles. I mean, I don't know how good the sparring actually is in gameplay. I don't think it really stands up much in 40K, but I mean, maybe it's good in 30K. I have no idea, to be honest. Won't know until I read some rules. But it's still a cool model. Fair. I mean, what got me into 40K was lore, so I'm never not going to be into 40K. And the only other potential miniature game I could think of that could get me like actually collecting a brand new game, learning a brand new game, I've said before, is a Halo game. If they made on the same like scale and detail level and everything as 40K with Halo, which they absolutely could. We have enough in the Halo universe. I'd be down for that. I'd collect some ODSTs and some swords of Saint Healy, and then go fight some Forerunners or whatever, or Flood. Like you have four main factions that you can be broken down to a bunch of sub factions. So like, yeah, give me a Halo game at this point. Like you actually have more faction variety than you do in Star Wars or Lord of the Rings. Well, maybe not Lord of the Rings, but you know, Mantic has 100 for Space Marine style starter army. Yeah, but how much do they look like Space Marines? Actually, let me go look. Mantic, you said. Mantic Games. Okay. What am I looking for here? Uh, Firefight, I assume? Okay, yeah, alright. Um, yeah, okay. Which factions does Space Marines won? I think GCPS kind of looks like Guard? Yeah, maybe Guard. Uh, Enforcers, okay. I mean, these don't look bad. My thing is that they just don't look anything at all like Space Marines. And like I said, the lore is what got me. So like, really, I want to be playing 40K. I want to be playing in the 40K universe. And in the 40K thing, I decided I like Space Marines most. Um, Trying to in my head think of these as Space Marines, it just doesn't work. They don't have the same like profile or anything. They look too much like modern Halo. Ironically, see, someone needs to just make Halo. Someone needs to go talk to, at this point, it might sell better than Halo Infinite. Someone needs to go to 343 and be like, yo, we need to make some miniatures. But yeah, I can see how these are like size equivalent, but they look and feel nothing like Space Marines to me. Especially the vehicles. Like, geez, it's just not like I love the flying brick aesthetic, you know? Closest, right. What the other stuff I got here? Marauders. I think these are like orcs. Yeah, these are orcs. Got Plague, which I think are like Gene Stealer Cult. Yeah, Gene Stealer Cult looks like. Or maybe these are just Chaos, actually, because they have some Enforcer stuff. Maybe these are Chaos or Chaos Space Marines. Kind of. Yeah. More okay. Plague or Chaos. Okay. And then Asterion looks like Eldar, or no, Eldar. They're just Eldar. Sorta kinda Eldar. Actually, in some ways, they look like better Eldar than Eldar. Okay, they did the Asterion pretty good. I like the Asterion. Forge Fathers is like their own thing, because they don't match the Votan really. Though they look really cool. Interesting. And yeah, I see how like the prices are way lower and everything, and that makes sense. But yeah, no, I Black Library's got me. That's the problem. Vermin would be GSC. Okay, fair enough. Oh, I think this is done drying. Okay. Where do I go from here? I need some areas of this to be a lot darker. I wonder if I could do basically this entire thing in yellow, ink, like layers of ink, and then dry brush. Because I realize Praxeti White might be the superior way of highlighting this, actually. They're plastic as well. Oh, that's good. They kind of look like resin, but if they're plastic, that's a point in their favor. Certainly. I'm kind of thinking, actually, instead of more of the skin wash, maybe I hit this with Agrax next. Yeah, I'm gonna have to just wait for this to dry. Empire Dust's not bad, but I liked one-page rules, Arc Filling Games, Lost Kingdoms version a bit more. I hear a lot about one-page rules. It's just I've had someone try to explain to me the differences in the actual rules between 40k and one page, and I can't say I'm really a fan. Like, for example, like the loss of toughness as a stat, I think causes more problems than it solves. The actual length of the games is not actually a problem for me, or the complexity for that matter. In fact, I usually prefer more complex games. Uh, the because then it's a situation where I am rewarded for me using my head more than most people do. Learning all the stuff, really figuring out how mechanics function. Uh, but like toughness allows for you to have a lot more deviation between power scaling, even though you're still only using a d6 die. I'll pitch to the rules, just like some of the models. Okay, fair enough. Well, one page rules apparently doesn't have toughness as a stat, so that's a thing. That's like all their sculpts are good. Hmm. I need to give this glove another go at of Agrax. AOS is the same way? Oh, I wouldn't know. That's what I mean. I'm like pretty monolithic in my tabletop hobbying. It's like just 40k is like all I care about. Generally speaking, like left to myself, it's just 40k and going as big as possible. So like I don't even play kill team. I keep getting told well, I should play Kill Team. Kill Team's really good and everything. I'm like, but it's the scale of how big the battles are is like one of the very first things that got me into 40k. Roll for wounds as a base stat of the model. Ah, so it's not based on the strength of the thing hitting it. It's just how tough the thing is. Period. From when the leaks feels really off by time. Yeah, like I said, that's one of a later source that most people consider to be much more reliable came out and said that specific leak is not correct, as well as combining the psychic phase and the command phase. Which for a second I was like, you know what? If I don't get my supplement immediately, that could actually be kind of cool for me because that would make some Raven Guard psychic powers actually like really good all of a sudden. Depending on if it was before or after the movement phase, but they said that was false. If anything, I'm concerned about the index part of it, doing a full like 8th edition index reset and negating everyone's codexes that a lot of people have been weighing up until very recently for. That seems like a much larger, or not much larger, but like a large problem that has not been addressed yet. I mean, cool if they do the AOS wounding, but they then heavy armor all stuff toughness, that does not work. Um, no, I think it does. You just keep all the weapons the same as they are now, where all weapons have a strength characteristic, but it's just not, it's just ignored when it comes to infantry, or light infantry, I guess. I see you're still here, Zophiana. Hello, hello. Uh, this is actually not looking terrible. It starts to dry more. That's drying. I actually thought if they were going to change the whole toughness thing, I would prefer a hybrid system like that, where like because that's the thing. You're trying to use a D6 scale to show the difference in strength and toughness, literally, between a guardsman, a space marine, a terminator, a tank, an imperial knight, a titan. Like, you know, these are extremely different things. Even just between a guardsman and a space marine, I still think don't have enough differentiation between them in the stats currently. What would chainmail count as on the CFC model? Depends on what you want to do to it. Just by itself, probably a detail, I think. Yeah. Yeah, unless you want to do something crazy to it, then, ask. Then what's categorized infantry since they show Terminators as heavy armor? Besides, now you would have two mechanics about windgoing. I mean, all of it? Well, I mean, he has chainmail on, like, the side and chainmail on the loin thing. Like, that's... I don't see any other chainmail. Um... Infantry would be everything but like heavy elite infantry, so like Terminators, Hearthguard, um, who else is like really heavy infantry? Uh, hold on, let me get the. Oh, price gets you the spreadsheet. Oh, they both did it. And there we go again. Um, yeah, I mean, it'd probably still be like an ornament. Maybe like, nah, it's not even that much like stuff. It's like base coating it. I mean, yeah, all right. We could do two separate ones for each thing because it's only two pieces of chainmail. That kind of makes sense, actually. Yeah, base coating it's $1, shading it's $1. But I mean, if you want to do something like I know a bunch of people kept talking about making a rainbow, so all leagues of Voton get the toughness rule. Well, no, they're It'd only be their Terminators, because they literally have a Terminator equivalent. Yeah, so you just add it up, Zophiana. So, like, if you want to do, so it'd be like $2 for base coat, $2 for shading, 4 for highlight, 3 for, I mean, there isn't really an edge highlight. It's all edge highlighting. It actually is just like all edge highlighting, unless you want to do some kind of pattern to it. Yeah, but all the armors, whatever. Well, that's its own rule, right? It's more like, infantry and heavy infantry is like how we have core, right? Where a lot of things are core and some things aren't, and it's kind of based on how that army like how that army works. Like Terminators, it makes sense for them to be considered heavy armor in that case, because I mean they're Terminators. The Terminators, they are like literally supposed to be some of the most heavily armored infantry you can possibly get, and then you get Centurions. But fuck it, time to do some BS. Oh, what's Zophiana doing? I don't know what that means. What does this mean? Yeah, I mean, whatever you are wanting to do, you just add up what you think it is. I mean, if you're like vastly off, I'll tell you and we'll figure it out. But that's why a bunch of those say negotiable on there. Anyway, all right. What am I doing with this wing? This wing is now dry. This will be a whole case of having to remember 2 different rules just to wound to remember what models will require one version versus the other method. So these kinds of arguments I find in Warhammers are kind of irrelevant, because we all have to remember a bunch of rules. You already have core. And then we had armor contempt for a while, and you have your combat doctrines, and you have like your chapter tactics. This is just for Space Marines, and you have your main faction, sub faction rules for the other factions. Like one additional rule is not gonna break this game. Like we already had armor contempt. People didn't like. Wow, that is quite. I don't know how that math worked, but I mean, sure. Namatagmo. Oh, because you. What did I put in Namatagmo? Oh, plus 10 on everything. Oh. Alright, I forgot I did that. Okay. Sure. Namatag copper. Okay. Copper's the shiny one. Okay. Where's my metal reference? I have a Namatech metal reference still. Here we go. Alright. This is a thing. Probably actually do their brass, because they have copper as a dull one, but I don't think of copper as dull. Put him in the background. Okay. Uh, cool. Well, let me think on how I'm gonna exactly do these. Firstly, it must be brown. But yeah, Warhammer is so rules complicated at this point that I honestly don't see how. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'll put this up on the thing. He doesn't fit, but that's fine. One more rule doing literally anything in Warhammer is not gonna break the game. Not even close. Because we all already have to remember a ton of rules, and if you go to tournaments, you have to remember more rules still. And Bird not done tonight. Yeah, no, it seems that way because well, I have to do this now, and I still can't even figure out how to do it. I'm probably gonna watch some videos on how to paint birds. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna do some research. I thought the sword would be the hard part. I figured out the sword, and I thought I did a pretty good job. Um, feathers, though, I just don't have any good paints for it. It's a whole thing. Alright, let's see. I can do this. I can do this. I've been doing a bunch of Namatog metal lately. This can happen. I do like how they have the rings up here. That's a nice little realism. Eye for detail bit right there. It's not just magically hanging from the piece, you know? The sword wasn't a real vibe check, the bird was. Yeah, apparently. Also give me some time to just kind of let it process in the back head, in the back skull. How am I gonna go about doing that? Because, yeah, I tried blending it, and it's just, I don't have good paints for it. Or I'm completely misunderstanding how to achieve those colors via blending, which is also possible. So yeah, let's see if I can remember how I did this on Kasara Khan, because I did a bunch of his stuff like brassy, coppery, bronzy-ish, all that. So his was Mornfang Brown, Nuln Oil, and then highlighting to reflect a light source. So I need to decide on a light source. Easy enough. And then begin highlighting with various blends of brown and yellow and white. I'm starting to see it in my head. I think I see it in my head. I see it in the brainscape. But yeah, the heavy armor thing's just going to be another keyword if they were to do that, which, as far as we know, they're probably not. But yeah, it'd be another keyword. Stuff having heavy armor as a keyword, which means that they have the applied rule, whatever it is. Oh no, another rule in 40k. I can't believe it. Shock and horror. It would make since he's heavy armor, probably. I mean, in that same leak that suggested that, they mentioned that arm I think it was armor saves and invulns. I know definitely invulns were unchanged. So So it's not stuff that had invulns before, because invulns are still a thing. While Centurions are, what, toughness 5, I think? Or toughness 6? With 4 wounds? Yeah, something like that. So yeah, so I'd be if they did actually rolled that out, I would be shocked if Centurions did not have the heavy armor rule. Especially when you consider what they're used for, which is like anti-siege. They don't even use Terminators for anti-siege. Before Centurions, they just used Dreadnoughts and vehicles. Then they got Centurions, like, oh, awesome, an anti-siege platform. So, like, it's got to be pretty tough to just walk up to an enemy fortification getting blasted by whatever the whole way, you know? Here's a better question. Will Gravis, anything, get heavy armor? Considering that you can now field, like, an entire... I use mine for anti-backline. I want some Centurions. I don't have any. That's still on the list. Although it keeps getting further and further away because I keep, like... The big thing I want is the Army of Darkness. But even before that, I am looking at several business investments I need to make when I get this big pump of money. But that big pump of money might lead towards other large pumps of... I don't know. It's a whole thing. Casual spending is very weird right now for me. But this $34 definitely helps in its own little way. It's I'm Raven Guard and Sneaky Anti-Siege. Yeah, nah, I hear you. I heard a rumor GW is gonna make the 2 lost Primarchs females bring in female space. That's a lie. They will not do that. They've said so many times they weren't gonna do that. Both the female Space Marines and bring the 2 lost Primarchs back for a variety of reasons. No, I can't see it happening. Like, realistically, I cannot see that actually happening. No, it wouldn't even be nice. It would be dumb. It would negate so much heavily established lore. Like, many, 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 many references through the Horus Heresy on Space Marine creation, on the Primarchs creation, on the Lost Primarchs, on... Yeah, on those 3 things mainly. There is literally a conversation. I don't remember who he was talking to, but Malkador was talking to one of the Primarchs, I think it was Dorn, and said at one point they considered making them female, and then decided against it. Not making all of them female, or some of them female, or more of them female, but making them female. That says pretty, like, definitively, like, none of them are female. That sounds like some SJW, infiltrator trying to mess with people, or a troll. Just like a troll, just your standard troll. Also, for decades, GW has said that the 2 lost Primarchs won't ever be found and will hardly ever get referenced ever, because their whole point is to allow people to make their own custom Loyalist and Traitor Space Marine Legions and Primarchs from scratch. That's always been the point of the Lost Primarchs. In the same way why all Space Marine chapters are not known to Imperial records, or some are known with next to no details, is to allow people to make their own Space Marine chapters. I like to see Erdis return. Who's Erdis? Who and or what is Erdis? Never heard of this. Granted, I'm terrible with names, but you know. Why does suddenly want to make a Blood Raven offshoot? Eh. How funny would be if a Lost Primarch was sent to a tile planet and becomes a Goku-like character? Uh, funny, not possible. It is also explicitly said that both the like they know what happened to the Lost Primarchs. They were just wiped from Imperial record and sworn to never be spoken of again by the Emperor. They are referred to as the Lost and the Purged. But every now and then, the Primarchs reference them ever so slightly. So, like, they knew them, the 2nd and 11th. They even gave, like, a couple minor personality traits of them. Like, I believe one of them was stern and didn't laugh a lot or something like that. I think that was the 11th. Oh, yeah, yeah, I remember her from that one Siege of Terror book. Her returning in 40k, if that's what you mean. I would find it interesting if more of the Perpetuals return for 40k, because it does seem weird that they kind of all just kind of disappeared with no one having any idea what happened, even though they're Perpetuals, so like they literally can't die. That's their whole gimmick. So they should absolutely be somewhere doing something. Even if they're not being an active player, they're somewhere out there right now, you know? But no, they just kind of disappeared into the Age of Myth, which feels weird to me. So like the tail bomb for the rapper. Yes, I did like the tail bomb. The tail bomb was cool. You're also correct. The Birb was the real vibe check. The more I think about it, the more I realize I really went into that having actual no real idea how I was going to do that thing. I at least had a good concept on the sword. So, tomorrow's stream was going to be titled the Tale of Two Heads, but it's probably going to be called something in reference to the true vibe check. So honestly, the heads are not even probably going to take a lot of time. I've gotten pretty good at painting heads, I think. This is jacking up my brush. Not gonna lie. Well, at least I'm painting this before someone got to the skull. So I had a bunch of people with ideas about this skull, and no one did anything, and that's probably good because it's getting a bunch of paint all over it. Alright, anyway. A little bit there, and then we got Nuln Oil all of this. Nuln. Anyway. I was wondering where to put a blasting charge, and then realized it would most likely be a prehensile tail. Throw the bomb at the tail. Yes, I agree. Brilliant. Also, now I have to make a proper list for this guy's participation, because now it's not just potato. Oh, I did not wait long enough. That is not dry. Alright, we wait. And we wait. I also impaled a standard onto his back this morning. Like, actually, did you, like, drill a hole and then shove the thing through, or... Uh... Man, I kind of want to just keep shading this with shades. I want to try a thing with skin wash. No, I need a darker brown than that. I need it to be Agrax. No, I didn't. Alright. I just glued it to the top. Oh, okay. Well, you know. Could have been cool about it, man. Never mind. You're not that cool. Actually, I want that, like, fairly gold, and, like, back here to be, like, darker. Not that much. Just, like, random dips. That's not working anymore. But it looks like it doesn't pale because the connection is staying. Ah. Fair enough. Hello, green stuff. Well, melee put. Or mill put. Mill put? Melee put. Yeah. So that's right now. Nope. Female custodians would make sense. They. So here's the thing. Right? Space Marines and Custodes are elite units that, because of their extremely good armor, them getting into melee makes sense. Right? Genetically and temperamentally, for things actually going into melee, you want them to be male. Females would literally just be a downgrade. Makes sense in the Imperial Guard because they all just use flashlights that don't have any recoil. You just pick it up and aim at the thing and pull the trigger. And actually, females usually have like better accuracy on average. Space Marines and Custodes are meant to get into melee, where you want large amounts of aggression, large amounts of focus, and more like inherent muscle mass. Like you, like for a like just there's just a lot of biological markers. Like there's a reason through all of history we had very, very, very little female combatants. Like yes, they happened on occasion, but really it was just dudes. There's reasons for that. You have a huge amount of the female body, relatively speaking, devoted to reproduction, which is now just wasted space in a genetically created, especially from a test tube, super soldier, right? Females need a certain amount of body fat for health reasons. Males don't, so they can go a lot lower. Or I mean, they need some still, but so they can go a lot lower. What else is there? Like, Sisters of Battle is because they're religious fanatics, right? And like technically if you go through their workout routine, that would kill most people. Like it's not actually realistic. Sisters of Silence, they exist because they have the blank gene, which there are so few of people that have the blank gene that you kind of just have to go with it and do the best you can. But if you are just making an actual military formation where you are not limited by a 1 in a trillion person that has a genetic marker or an order of religious fanatics, use men, use males, because anything you make out of a male will be inherently superior as a baseline average for combat than a female. It's just the nature of the human genome, the human species. And the Emperor, being a prodigy level biological genius, would understand this. If you notice, he individually didn't make anything for combat with females. He made the he made the Thunder Warriors all male, the Adeptus Custodes all male, Space Marines all male, Primarchs all male. Sisters of Silence already existed. He picked them up off Luna, I believe, or somewhere similar. He picked like they already existed as an order, and he was like, "Hey, you're useful and willing to be loyal. Cool." Mechanicus, they're a whole civilization. Imperial Army, like I said, you're using las guns. Like there's not as much of a need for strength or even aggression for that matter. Like it's helpful, it's better, and most Imperial Guard are still mostly males. Yes, there's plenty of females in there, but they're mostly males, and they're also meant to be mass like chattel. They don't have to be individually good. Um, what else do they have? Everyone else is specialists, and then way later, the Sisters of Battle came about, and that was because of the Age of Apostasy. So no, I don't think Adeptus Custodes, female Adeptus Custodes make any sense logically or narratively, because like I said, everything the Emperor made for battle was male, all of it. And no, clearly he didn't have a thing against women before anyone decides to be dumb like that. He worked with Erda. Like Erda was his like number three for the and Astartes apparently was a chick also, the scientist, because we needed that. You couldn't just keep Astartes as being high gothic for Space Marine. Anyway, that makes sense, Bugatti. Go later. Not that much later actually. Like I'm basically just doing this chainmail and then I'm done. There's some videos. Uh, it's like when men go against women in sports type of thing, and it's brutal, man. Like there is basically no sport where even a pro female can take on even a mid-level dude in sports. They just can't physically keep up, not by a long shot. It's because I mean some of it's that literally male muscles are more dense than females. Like, so you can actually have less muscle mass by the pound than a female, and a dude will literally still be stronger. Then you have testosterone, and then you have adrenaline. Like, we have more adrenaline. We get more adrenaline, and it shoots up faster and easier. Like, we are literally built as the combat and hunting half of the species. There's actually some great videos on the biology of like how humans, and particularly male humans, are literally built for combat. Not even like hunting, but like literally to fight. And they're actually really cool and really fun to watch. But yeah, they also show how like how our chests and abdomens are designed. It's for better combat output. So yeah, female custodians is also a no. This is still drying. All right, we'll go back to this. How's this coming? I am kind of liking this tone, honestly. I think I'm gonna keep going with that. It's gonna take a long time to do the whole actual bird, but I need to figure out a way of doing this without it, while I'm able to, like, remember the whole thing, basically. And I think the the Praxetti white dry brush will really pull a lot of this together. But female Eldar just as powerful as male Eldar? That's Eldar! Different species. They go by different rules. We don't know how their biology works in detail. Yeah, and how powerful are female orcs compared to male orcs? Guess what? They got no genders. Like, everything else, it don't matter. They're a fantasy made-up species. You can do anything you want, but at least in 40k, the premise is that those are real humans. They're based on real-life humans. Same exact biology. Yeah, it's a non-starter because it's a completely different species with absolutely no connection on any level. Additionally, Eldar, that's not their original form. They were at least modified, if not built from the ground up as a species by the old ones to be specialist troopers, to be spec ops in the War in Heaven. So, like, on multiple levels, the Eldar mean nothing in comparison to the humans, because that's supposed to be humans like us. Real, from Terra, evolved on Terra humans. On Earth, in Sol System, you know? Yeah, everyone who brings up female Eldar doesn't understand how biology works or how aliens works. Alien species work on by different rules. Yeah, okay, great. Black Widow spiders have vastly bigger female spiders, so we should have we and and they have more venom and everything else. So that's why we should have female space marines. Like that's the same argument, basically. Oh, female Tyrannosaurus Rexes were on average bigger than the males, so we should have female space marines. Like it's same argument. And some people would bring up, oh, it's a fantasy world, you can do whatever you want. Well, no, it's a sci-fi world where literally part of the premise and why it's cool is that's supposed to be literally us in 38,000 years. You start breaking that, and now a big premise of the entire, like, the entire canon is gone. So it actually does matter to keep them as realistically human as you possibly can. And that's why Space Marines are not humans with superpowers, they're genetically and cybernetically enhanced. Primarchs are genetically genetically built from the ground up with warp magic. But standard humans are standard humans, so you have to keep using standard human rules. And the standard human rules, to me, logically, says no, you would not want either female custodians or space marines. And the Emperor seemed to agree with that, because he didn't make anything for combat from females. And just because other people didn't mean that they made logical decisions either, except for like the Sisters of Silence, because that's based on you having a 1 in a trillion genetic fluke. So work with what you got. This no is taking absolutely forever to dry, and I'm assuming it's because of the shape. So I guess I'm gonna keep working on the bird. If I proxy this white right now, would that work in my favor? Maybe? Do I want to do a Tyrant Skull first, but more heavily? Would that help me? Where's my reference pick? I keep losing the con reference pick. Uh, Nah, I think just proximity way I need to focus mostly on the feathers on the bottom. Sure. Let's go. Alright, let's see. I hope I don't regret this. I don't think I'm regretting this. I mean, I don't think I regret this. In fact, actually, now I think about it more, right? I don't remember much about like if the Sisters of Silence are enhanced in any way, but it's literally like a mainstay part of how the Sisters of Battle fight is not only do they have a workout routine that would literally kill a person in real life, but they their whole gimmick is that their faith literally gives them extra ability in battle, like beyond what would be normally feasible, which allows them to go on occasion even toe to toe with Chaos Space Marines, which is like so far beyond what they should be able to do. It's insane. Whatever that one trailer was where it had the jump pack Sisters of Battle fighting alongside the Ultramarine against the Black Legionnaire or whatever it was, or Word Bearer. Like, she never should have been able to parry, or not parry, but like block. Like, I know at one time she properly blocked one of his attacks. That should never have occurred. Like, she should have gotten blown away by that hit. Because she's a baseline human. Like, at that scale of difference in strength, it's not even between male and female. It's like just baseline human, and like the male female is like marginalized entirely at that point. Like, it's so much more insane at that level. Uh, but they have faith, so they literally get superpowers from the Emperor. So that's part of why that works. But if you're basing it entirely off of genetic enhancement, like a Space Marine, for example, your baseline Space Marine is all going to come out the same. Your Custodes, relatively speaking, more or less the same. So why would you want to weaken almost every relevant feature of that by having the original subject to be female? in which you're also working against their inherent psychology and estrogen and all that stuff to pump them with more testosterone and similar stuff to create a space marine. It doesn't really make sense. It's not like we're devoid of dudes to throw into that particular meat grinder. And that goes for literally anyone. That includes Fabulous Bill. This no is taking absolutely like forever to dry. Good lord. Hey Zophiana, you still there? I think I can start on this one. Oh yeah, I gotta figure out a light direction here. What's his standard light direction? I think this is fine. I guess just right on front. So probably like a sheen, like a notable sheen, like along here, I suppose. Maybe a low one down here. Yeah, all right. It's gonna take a while. So Fiona is still there. I was like, if Zophiana ain't here, I'm finishing this tomorrow because it's like 10 o'clock. But no, I think I can pull this off relatively quickly if the paint works with me here. Oh yeah, I need some reddish stuff coming in here because this is supposed to be copper. Right. That already looks vaguely metallic. The bird is not the word, it is the true vibe check. Yeah. Man, if I had someone ready to go to make an emote, I'd be like, man, I need a bird emote. I need a bird with some kind of sign. Because I don't know if you can fit vibe check in a way that you'd be able to read it, but I mean, something like that would be pretty funny. Oh, there's a bunch of that paint right there. Okay, that's good to know. Yeah, this looks coppery right here. Oh, you mean, oh, title. I missed the title part, to be honest. I totally missed that aspect of your message. Yeah, that might be tomorrow's title. Not gonna lie when I think about it. This is still wet. I can't even, like, do anything really with that yet still. Yeah. I mean, it's still, like, actually bits of normal oil that's still, like, drying in here. It's recessed a bit. Let's see. I need to figure out how to make this sheen. Sheen. I think the key is red. This copper is pretty reddish, right? I'm not crazy in that. I guess this is too wet. I need to be, it's like, it's more like a dry, I need a dry. I need a lot of brown, I need a lot of red, and combine in a way that it remains like actually like usable paint. Get a little bit more brown in there. What do you think you'll do at the Las Vegas Open? If I went to the Las Vegas Open, um, man, I'd like to think I'd do okay. Tournaments are fun. I've not gone to one as big as Las Vegas Open, but I've done a number of local tournaments. I know last year in August during the Nephilim thing, I did a local tournament. We had 10 people in there. Um, 3 games, placements based on total points, and I came in third with my Raven Guard. Like not even successors, like base Raven Guards. So I mean, and all 3 of my games were decisive wins. Like I won by like a margin. So I'd like to think I'd do okay. I've got I think a pretty solid list going right now. Playing for Crusade campaign. I love Crusade. I want to do another Crusade so bad, but I can't even get out there to play like every couple months, let alone like consistently like once per week. I'd like to get to that point. It's honestly money is the thing between me and that. Just the appropriate amount of money. I mean, part of it is, well, Raven Guard are not a particularly strong faction. They do have a very good secondary. So, and my list is basically catered towards ensuring that secondary gets off, like a lot. But it has been a good while since I've played. I think I've played once since that tournament. And actually, I have people wanting and like providing like rides and stuff for me to get to play. It's just literally at the same time I have so much work demand right now. Like I gotta get a bunch of these like web dev contracts out of my way. How is there a bunch of white in there still? Like deep in there. That's bonkers. It's like in a bunch of area I just went through and put a different color in. And not anywhere else. Hold on, is there any more? There's one there. One way in there. Up there. Alright, that's fine. How many people are gonna go in World Years? Probably a lot. Probably a fair number if I had to guess. It's funny how I think about it, like copper's basically got a lot of pink in it. And apparently my brush is a bit wetter than I thought it was. So this probably could have been done a lot like smoother and more elegantly, but like, come on. This is gonna get blended in a bit. That's a little nuts. Yeah, well, the guy that ordered that doesn't know anything about 40K, so. Man, it's always so wet when I'm doing the blending. I keep forgetting that. It is 10 o'clock and I'm hearing movement and voices upstairs. I can only imagine my parents must be fighting again. They don't fight a lot, but I mean, it's pretty obvious when they are. You know, from a distance, this looks fairly good. Yeah, we'll get some edge highlighting, quote unquote. It's like very, very like delicate on the edges. All right, Zophiana, what do you think? I think this could be a little bit better, to be honest. Personally, I think this could be a little better down here. All right, that's better. Zophiana, it was the Nazis. Approve of your order. Release me. Looking good. Looks like non-metallic copper or non-metallic metal copper. Nice. I continue to get better at NMM. You know what's crazy? When I first started streaming, I barely knew how to do NMM. What do you mean, what paint? Who even said that? It won't show me. stream activity is not, my activity feed's not updating. The paints involved with this were Mornfang brown and then mixed slightly in Wild Rider red, actually. This was the red I kept mentioning. Mixing little bits of this in, and then towards the end, a lot of white. I figured it was you, but at the same time, I also was not certain. But yeah, Mornfang brown, Nuln oil, and then slowly mixing in Wild Rider red, and then at the end, beginning to mix in matte white. There we go. Now I see it. I refreshed my stream manager. So that's that. Very good. Hope that was worth your $34. Pretty much. Yeah. That's pretty much the gist of it. And I will, I guess, complete the Birb tomorrow, as I think as a baseline, this is fairly good. I'll remove all of the yellow, because I was kind of messing with it. What do you guys think? That look like a golden eagle wing? I'll take it from the, I'll take some insight from the people. It's supposed to be like a golden eagle. Now, do I not get insight from the people? The people have abandoned me in my hour of need. That sounds about right. Yeah, it's fine. Tomorrow's Saturday. We'll bound to have way more people in here. I'll get their opinion instead. They probably have a better opinion anyway. Anyway, here's yeah, Critical Role sounds good. I think I'm actually gonna go watch some Critical Role like after I get some food. Um, yeah, yep. I'm gonna say we are done for today. Tomorrow, the Birb and the Brains, one of which is still functioning. The other is having some issues it's working through, we'll say. But yeah, those three things are all that remains, and then the White Scars commission will be done. Now, there's a chance if I get through all those three of those things, this is actually a chance because this recipe was actually shockingly easy. So if I actually go forward with this, this is very easy to do. If I have enough time left over in the stream, I may attempt to do the big red lightning bolt I had originally considered to put to free in the middle of this. I would need a number of hours, but it's technically possible because faces don't take me a long amount of time, and the bird apparently, if I go with this scheme, is pretty easy. So, we'll see how that goes tomorrow on the morrow. The sword is done. Yay, he's on the base finally. Amazing. I love the purple and red feather. Purple grass, red feather. Not feather, fur. Purple grass, red fur combo. It came out so good. Did not even plan that at all. It was just, I just picked those colors at random while I was doing it. I'm loving this model, honestly. I really have to later when I do, after I catch up on a bit more of my own Raven Guard, redo my own strike, because I want to do something on this level for my dudes. All right, I'm out of here. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow or next week eventually. I still don't have a consistent closer. Screw it. Have a good one, people.